l'envie du vrai. Chez Elle et Vire, en Normandie, nous partageons avec les chefs en quête d'excellence la même envie du vrai. Partir du plus simple et le sublimer pour faire naître de vraies émotions. Chez Elle et Vire, c'est cette envie qui nous anime, pour vous offrir des crèmes et des beurres au goût exceptionnel.
C'est bon Thierry, on y va.
Elle et Vire, au cœur de l'excellence, l'envie du vrai.
Together for almost a century, together with cocoa producers, artisans, and all chocolate lovers, we have been moving the needle for a fair and sustainable industry and for creative and responsible gastronomy. Beyond words, we believe in actions. 100% of Valrona's cocoa can be traced back to the producers. As a certified B Corp, we are committed to improving every day. We accompany artisans of good taste in creating works of art with the most beautiful material and to be actors in the sustainable and committed gastronomy of tomorrow. Together, good becomes better.
Someday I'm gonna be with you.
Perfect presentations every time has been our main goal for 40 years. We work for impeccable dining and drinking experiences. We offer premium and highly functional products. We design the vision of the future. We crown our original collections with numerous awards. With energy efficiency, we accomplish circular production. Bonna makes the finest presentations possible, each and every time. Bonna, passionately dedicated.
Bonjour, good morning, buongiorno, konnichiwa, huain, bienvenidos to the Sira Pastry World Cup 2025 taking place here in Lyon, France. Every 2 years, the grand finale of the Pastry World Cup brings together 18 to 20 countries from all over the world after a cycle of 4 continental selections: the European Cup, the Americas Cup, the Asia Pacific Cup, and the Africa Cup. And 18 teams made it to the grand finale taking place during the global meeting for gastronomy and hospitality, Sira Lyon. My name is Tanja König, and it's my pleasure to be guiding you throughout this event, the one and only Coupe du Monde de la Pâtisserie. Now, we will be reporting live from Lyon throughout the whole competition, and it's great that you're joining us from all over the world. This is more than just a contest. It's a family reunion of the best pastry chefs from around the world, bringing their culture and their passion to the plate. So what can you expect from today? Half of the teams will be competing today, the other half tomorrow. So today we have Colombia, Italy, China, Chile, Belgium, Egypt, Japan, South Korea, and Morocco competing. And the other 9 teams then tomorrow. All of the teams have around 9 hours to compete for the many tests. These include a chocolate creation, a frozen fruit dessert, and a restaurant-style dessert. Plus, the teams also need to prepare some artistic creations and sculptures entirely on site, made out of chocolate, made out of sugar, and made out of water ice. Now, this year's theme is National Heritage. Throughout their work, the teams should highlight the heritage of their respective countries in their restaurant-style dessert. You can see the teams there already working because the competition started at 7 a.m., meaning that we can get a glimpse of the very first frozen dessert in a bit less than an hour from now. And to bring you all the action from the floor, we have 2 MCs who you already know from previous years, our one and only Angela May and the legendary Vincent Fernio. Good morning to both of you. Hi.
Bonjour, Tanya. Hi, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning, Tanya. Thank you so much for that fantastic breakdown of what we're going to be seeing here today. As Tanya has just mentioned, good morning to everybody around the world from wherever you're coming in and watching us here at the World Pastry Cup. I'm Angela May. I'm one of your hosts here, and this is...
I'm so excited because we like to welcome you in this family meeting. The pastry family is here today. Every members of this family will be present and will be going on for hours and hours seeing the most beautiful cakes you ever saw.
Absolutely the most beautiful in the world. We can guarantee you that. So speaking of hours and hours, I think the team started this morning at 7 a.m. here in Lyon at Syrah. It's only 8 a.m. in the morning, so that means that they've been working for about an hour already. They're getting quite busy. What else are we planning on seeing? There's 22 countries that are competing with us here.
So 11 today.
11 today.
11 nations will be present.
This is day one here at the World Pastry Cup and the second day here at Syrah in Lyon.
And you have never seen Angela in the starting blocks? Now look, she's ready to pop up.
I'm ready to get a bit of a sugar rush on today. So in a short while, we're going to go and we're going to look inside the labs. And we're going to introduce you to all of the teams that are competing with us here for day one for the World Pastry Cup.
Yeah, in a few minutes, you'll get involved in this competition.
Thank you very much to both of you, and I'll see you very shortly. Now, the club of Coupe du Monde de la Pâtisserie was founded by Gabriel Paillisson back in 1989, and in 2021, Pierre Hermé took over as the president of Coupe du Monde de la Pâtisserie. Now, he surrounded himself with two vice presidents, Claire Heitzler and Frédéric Kassler, and an international organizing committee, as well as an honorary president for each edition. And this year, it's famous Swiss-French pastry chef Amaury Guichon, and I'm very pleased that now both of them, Pierre Hermé and Amaury Guichon, are joining me here in the studio for the official opening remarks. So bonjour to both of you. Very nice seeing you here back at the Pastry World Cup 2025. Let's check if the microphones are on. Tell me, comment ça va? How are you on this very first day? Happy? Vous essayez?
Happy. Very happy. Happy to be here with all these pastry chefs, all these competitors, and all the committee and jury.
It's a lot of work to finally be here, so it must be relieving. So we have a lot of changes in the Pastry World Cup this year. What is special this year?
The competition is 7 hours. Mm-hmm. Before it was 8 hours. Mm-hmm. And we have a great innovation that it's the food truck with some finger food, chocolate finger food to serve to the jury. And that's a big changes because in the past it was an entremet. So it's also an evolution of the competition.
Absolutely. So these food trucks with the show chocolat, a new feature in this year's competition. We're very curious to see that. Amaury, you're the honorary president of this edition. What are your thoughts? What are you expecting?
First, I don't think the mic works.
Can we check if the microphone? Yeah, go ahead. It should work.
Hello.
Just continue speaking.
Hello, hello.
It's okay. They say it's working.
It's working. People can hear. Okay.
Yeah.
Merci.
Yeah.
Hello. Non, maintenant c'est celui-là qui marche plus.
Does it work?
No.
Okay.
No.
First of all, it's a great honor to be here.
Otherwise, I'll give you mine.
Hello. Yeah. First of all, it's a great honor to be here. Just like you said, it does feel for us like a family reunion. It is much more to me than just a competition. It brings passionate people across the globe together around something bigger than all of us, and all of us in our own special way try to give to this competition and for highlighting the pastry industry around the world. The competitors are really the star here, and they have probably a lot of pressure and a lot of stress on their shoulders. The expectation from our side is very high, is very grand. They prepped for 2 years, so we expect excellence. The goal is to see what I particularly love about this edition is highlighting their own culture and atypical ingredients. So not only they get to display their skills, but they also proudly bring the colors of their nation in the plate. So this is one of the aspects that excite me the most.
Very nice. Pierre, quel est le message? What message do you have for today's contestants?
To the competitor, I say give the best you can do, and you will win.
Great. Being here is already winning, basically, right?
But it's so great to have this all pastry chefs here, and it's for me it's a real joy to be part of this organization. It's a feast of the pastry.
It is, absolutely. Very quickly, maybe, Amaury, because you've already been a contestant on many TV shows as well, French television, you hosted on Netflix, you were a juror on MasterChef Australia. So what can, this kind of traditional contests bring to the table?
I think there is multiple ways to highlight the pastry industry. I'm glad to be involved in numerous. I'm very happy and honored that Pierre-Hermé invited me to be part of what I would consider the biggest and greatest of them all. This one has a particular place at the table, the World Cup, because it is an institution that's been around for a very long time. And what is required of those teams is excellence, and this is not a television show. It's something of a much different scale.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Anything else? Yeah.
The only thing I can say to piggyback on what Pierre was saying is, at the end of the day, everybody wants to win. It's the holy grail. But if the team set out to do and accomplish their vision, just like you said, being there today is already a win. But if they can put on the table exactly what they set to do, it's going to be a personal win for them no matter what.
Great, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup Pierre-Hermé and Amaury Guichon for opening this year's Coupe du Monde de la Pâtisserie. Merci beaucoup. And with that, it is officially opened, the World Pastry Cup. 9 teams are competing today, but who are they? We will now present you all the participants of day 1. And we start with the lab number 1 with Colombia. Y empezamos por Colombia. And I would say let's go over to our MC, Angela, who is right there at lab number 1. Angela, who have we got there?
Thank you so much for that introduction, Tanya. So now here we are, Vincent and I are in front of lab number 1, the first team to start on day 1 for the World Pastry Cup. And here we have Colombia. The candidates that are competing with us today, we have Carlos de Avila. We have Debe Sanchez and Sebastian Araya. So this team has been here and they're competing since 7 o'clock this morning. I'll give you a little bit of information about each of the candidates. So Carlos, who's our chocolate candidate, has been practicing for more than 10 years. He is the owner of Vida Mia Pasteria and the chef of Ambrosia Chocolate Factory in Bogota. So he won the American selection in 2016. He won the prize for the best artistic piece. Now, Debbie Sanchez is considered one of Colombia's most renowned pastry chefs. He's been in business for nearly 15 years, and he also teaches at the Academy, Karim Academy, founded by himself, to share his passion for pastry with others. And for Sebastian, who's the ICE candidate today, he began his career at a very young age, at 16 years old, and he's worked in the industry since, and at 23 years old became the head pastry for several restaurants. Now that's a huge feat for some of these chefs, and so that's amazing. So let's go ahead and give a huge warm welcome to Team Colombia.
Thank you very much, Angela, for introducing us, the Colombian team. And we continue with Italia, Italy. They were third on the podium at the last Pastry World Cup in 2023, and they were the winner in the Pastry World Cup 2021. And Vincent, you're standing right next to the team, so who have we got there?
Exactly, I'm in front of lab number 2 for Italy. Italia, sono quale ragazzi? Ciao ragazzi, tutto bene? A posto? Tutto a posto. Voilà, we are ready to compete. So you don't have to mention that Italy is a great nation of pastry, chocolate, and ice creams. Of course, they're known for that. So they are competing today to be on the podium almost as ever, because you know that we can count on Italy. Some facts, Angela?
I have some facts. So for the candidates that we have here in the box today, we have Vincenzo D'Alozio. He is in chocolate today. We have the sugar candidate, Raimundo Esposito. And we have, working on ice, Alessandro Fiorucci. Thank you so much for the assistance, Vincent. So, Ferruccio. I need to practice this curling and beautiful R sound that we have. Okay, and so now Vincenzo has been working in the family pastry show called Pâtisserie Venezuela in Barletta, Italy, where he is currently the pastry chef.
I thought you were talking to me because Vincenzo is my name too. You know, sometimes my mother used to call me Vincenzo.
When she was angry with you, or all of the time?
Very sweet with me.
Such a nice mother. So we also have, as the sugar candidate, Raimondo. He's been working alongside his famous Italian pastry chef, Salvador De Riso, for 23 years. And he's incredibly used to competitions, as he won the gold medal at the Italian Cooking Championships in 2018. And he finished second at the European Art and Sugar Championship in 2023. So we're really looking forward to seeing the showpiece for the sugar candidate this year from Italy. And of course, Alessandro, he is second from 2023 as the Italian Senior Pastry Championship. And creativity runs through his genes, as his mother is an artist and his father is an architect. Creativity can show in so many different ways.
Do we have to mention the level of this team after what you said? No. Well, France has to be afraid of Italy, always in pastry.
It's true.
Always. But we love them, so no matter.
Back to you, Tanya.
Grazie mille e Forza Italia. We continue now with China. 下一支队伍来自中国. Angela, you're looking, I think, now at the Chinese lab. What can you tell us about the candidates there?
Bucks. The lab, the kitchen lab number 3 is Team China. Hello, China. Xiao Junli, Dong Dongsan, Sheng Wang, the Chinese team. I lost Angela. Oh, there you were.
You can't lose me. I'm always stuck right next to you.
Yeah, you stick to me, baby.
I'm sticking to you. So just to give you a little bit of background about Team China. So here we have with us competing in chocolate, Sheng Wan. So in 2010, he participated in competitions such as the World Ice Cream and Dessert Championship in Italy, where he won second prize. In 2019, he represented China at the 4th edition of the Asian Championship. and finished in second place. And he has been coaching the Chinese team and, of course, been editing their world skills. Working on sugar this year, Tong Tong is the technical expert of the team.
I love that. I love Tong Tong. The name is beautiful.
It's a really, really lovely name. And so she is going to be their technical expert. And so it's very important when they're working on sugar, too. We're going to be looking at some beautiful things throughout the day as she continues working on...
She has her hands in nitrogen ice right now.
It's a bit cold outside. It's a bit cold in here, too. So then we also have Xiao Junli. Xiao has received many medals in Asia, including being the best culinary consultant for ice sculpture competition in Japan. He's won a gold medal for his ice sculpture at the World Chef Championship in 2012. One of the things that I'm seeing now, we're only 3 labs in, is that everybody here has a lot of experience working in competitions. This kind of pressure and this kind of attitude to do this and do the same thing repeatedly seems to be in the DNA of these chefs.
It's very useful, and I would like to mention the increasing level for Asia. Asian countries are growing one day after another, and used to be weak nations like 20 years ago, and now they're the strongest, especially China.
Don't underestimate them. Tanya, let's send it back to you.
Thank you so much, Tiayo, for Chungguo. Now we continuamos con otro país en América Latina, con Chile. And if I'm not mistaken, it's their 5th participation in the Pastry World Cup. They're also the winner of the America's Pastry Cup 2022. And there we got Rodrigo Rojas, Nadia Castillo, and Sebastian Araya. So, Vincent and Angela, what can you tell us about these 3 candidates?
Yes, we're going south, deeply south to Chile. Le Chile in lab number 4. Sebastian Araya, Nadia Castillo, Rodrigo Rojas. And I love that country. It's beautiful, it's wide from north to south, and probably nice products that we're going to discover today.
Yes, indeed, and there are no strangers to chocolate. So now what we have here, Rodrigo is the owner of Atelier Guro in Santiago, and he's been training at very, very prestigious institutions. And of course, he's also been with the Chilean pastry team, which he participated in the World Pastry Cup in 2019. So we also have with us the sugar candidate, Nadia, and at the age of 12, she knew that she wanted to make gastronomy her profession. At 12. Now, this is that kind of dedication that you really do feel it in your bones. And working on ice, we have Sebastian, and he also has been cooking from a very young age. He started his career at age 16 and transitioned into the hotel industry 2 years later, working at places like the Ritz-Carlton and Sheraton, and the director in Santiago. This is fantastic. You can really, really feel the career path of these chefs.
And we can mention the president of the delegation who will lead the jury, Alban Barta. Ça va, Alban?
Ça va. Oui, ça va très bien. Merci.
On en dira un mot plus tard, a few words later on the different delegations and the juries, the members of the juries. You'll see it's very interesting to what a level today.
Thank you so much. And from Chile, we now return back to Europe and we go to Belgium, where we have Marine Kurtiens, Raoul Andriessen, and Jordi van Kemseke competing for the Belgium team. So back to you, Angela and Vincent. What can you tell us more about the Belgian team?
The Belgian team. What kind of product do you think they would like to work on? Is there a legend or reality about chocolate? We'll notice that they are already working on the chocolate
yes,
pieces.
Yes, indeed. We hope we don't see any like chicken or beef. You know?
The Belgian team, Raoul Andriessen, Dieter Charels, et Marine Kurtiens. Well, waiting to see what's going to come out of this lab.
So we have a few fun facts to share with all of you, and I think that this one's quite interesting. When we look at Margin's career and what he's done, not only has he been training in Belgium, but he also went to Japan for a few internships, which is very special because we know that there's a lot of synergy between Europe and Japan, especially for the training and refining of pastry. And he's designed specialties for brands such as Louis Vuitton, and of course worked with international stars like Elton John and Cindy Crawford. These are a blast from our past to say these people here on the World Pastry Cup stage. For the sugar candidate, he's been studying in different schools around Belgium and has served as a 5-star pastry chef on a cruise ship. And training in ice candidate Georgie van Kemseke. He studied pastry and chocolate at the Piva School and is specialized in sugar work. I'm so sorry. This is somebody else's bio. Who's on ice?
There's one candidate who's absent and another one who took his place. So one name has changed. Which one? Raise your hand. You? Okay. We'll come back to you later on. I would like to mention also the president of this team, Jean-Philippe Darcy, a great pastry chef. We're honored to have him today with us here in Lyon.
Thank you so much, Vincent and Angela. And now, salam alaikum to everyone joining us from Egypt, as we're going to present you to the Egyptian team. It's their 7th participation so far, if I'm not mistaken, in the World Pastry Cup. We have Sedhom Ahmed Riyad, Wael Mohamed Mustafa, and Ahmed Abdel Nasser competing in the Egyptian team. Now, what can you tell us about the North African nation, Vincent and Angela?
Absolutely. Kitchen lamp number 6 for Egypt, Ahmed Abdel Nasser, Sedom Ahmed Riyad, Wael Mohamed Mustafa. A nice team coming from Egypt and starting to build their desserts right now. Very strong nations. We're happy to see the Egyptians here.
Often, very often here at the World Pastry Cup. So we have some facts for the team as well. So for our chocolate candidate, Sedhom, he has been working in Egypt with over 20 years of culinary experience, and he studied arts and tourism at hospitality schools. He's been awarded Best Pastry Chef in Egypt in 2022. For the sugar candidate, we have Wael, who's been working at the Sheraton Montaza Hotel in Egypt and specializing in Oriental or Asian pastries, which is really fascinating because we don't know that much about Oriental pastries. So let's see if we're going to see any of this incorporated into what they're doing today. And the ice candidate, Ahmed, who's the executive pastry chef at Baki Hospitality Company, and he's been managing the operations at Reef Kushiyaki restaurant. I hope I'm not butchering these names too much.
You know that the Orientals, they have a sweet tooth, definitely.
Yes.
So they know how to please people with their desserts. That's what we're going to find out. I would like to mention the presence of the president of the delegation, Ahmed Abdel Salam Younes, which will be the Egyptian jury with us today.
This year we have
informations, Tanya.
This year we have surprise. We find papyrus 3,200 years ago with a cake for Pharaoh made by dates and honey and some Egyptian spicy. And this we will do today, reconstructed 3,200 years cake.
I thought it was a secret. Not anymore. Thank you, Ahmed.
Wow.
Breaking news.
So a very old cake, Egyptian cake using dates. That's their national heritage.
Pyramids.
Very nice. I'm curious to taste that a bit later on. Shukran to everyone there. Thank you so much. We continue with lab number 7, Japan. We go to the land of the rising sun. They're the winner of the last pastry cup, which took place in 2023, if you remember, 2 years ago. And it's the 19th time that Japan is participating. So what else do we need to know about the Japanese candidates, Angela and Vincent?
You need to know that we need time to get to the next lab because we crossed the scene.
We're crossing oceans in order to come to Japan,
Oceans of
but we are
cakes.
moving as fast as we can. And you look at in front of the lab for Team Japan, there's a lot of cameras here already, and you can also see everybody lined up looking into the lab. This is always a good sign.
Yeah, there's a big rush over here for the Team Japan in kitchen lab number 7 with Masanori Hata, Yuji Matoba, and Ryu Miyazaki. Salute to Japan!
Good morning, Team Japan. So now, our candidates here at Japan, we know that we're going to see beautiful work coming out of this kitchen just with the amount of interest of everybody.
It's always been a strong nation because you know what we say about the Japanese here in France?
Tell me.
They learn everywhere and then they do better than anybody.
This is true. So, right now, what I find fascinating is, I mean, we've been introducing some of the kitchens. Now I'm already starting to feel the aromas of the day. And I
like
smell
caramel and chocolate, melted chocolate. It starts right now.
Really, really beautiful scents. So now we have working in chocolate, Masanori Hata, who graduated from, I'm going to butcher this name, who graduated from the Tsushu Culinary Institute College of Confectionery in Osaka. He spent 3 years teaching at that same culinary school, and he currently serves as the general manager at Aqua Ingus Co., leading the entire pastry team. So working on sugar, we have Yuji Matoba, and he has graduated from the Kobe International Culinary and Confectionery College. And so he began his professional career at Shoromato Nature Pastry Shop in Kyoto. Even just by the name saying that it's a nature pastry shop, it makes me desire to want to go there and to see it. He discovered his passion for sugar art during a student workshop, which shaped his entire career focus. Working on ice, we have Ryu Miyazaki. So he's gained his diverse experience working in various restaurants before pursuing a career as a pastry chef, and he's currently serving as the pastry chef at Bride to Be Co. in Nagoya, Japan. For his achievements, he's won accolades, including the Japan Cake Show in Tokyo, chocolate confectionery category, which is a very prestigious competition in Japan.
We used to say in France and everywhere in the world, it's always a great luck to have Japanese in your lab, in your pastry lab. So it's a great luck to have this Japanese team. Today we're going to see beautiful things.
I'll speak about luck in a little while too, about Team Japan.
Tanya, we're going to cross the sea.
Go ahead,
geographically speaking, because you know that the next lab is South Korea. It's next to Japan, like in the world.
That's right. Thank you so much, arigato. So, as you said, we stay in Asia, we go to South Korea, and we go to the only all-female team of the competition. 15th time that South Korea is participating here, and I know that you're right next to the lab. So, Angela and Vincent, what can you tell us more about these 3 ladies there?
The South Korean team at work. It's very, well, it's girl power in Korea today.
Yay, I like that. I
3
like
women,
that.
I guess you like it. I do too.
Vincent, you're surrounded by women all of the time.
South Korea represented by Jin Ha, Ha Young Jong, So Hee Sim.
Okay,
Hi,
so I have a few fun facts about the team from South Korea. So the chocolate candidate has been making pastry and baking since her childhood. She currently works at Tomoro Bakery in Incheon, South Korea, which is a bakery and a pastry shop. And she has been ranked in the top 6th Asia-Pacific selection for the World Pastry Cup. Working on sugar, we have Soo-hee Sim, And she is a very young pastry chef, but also a teacher at the Food and Country Bakery Academy in Seoul, where she shares her expertise with students in the bakery. So her competition ambition, as she views the World Pastry Cup as an opportunity to be able to showcase her abilities and to exchange ideas. And I think this is really important because this is what this competition is about. For all of you that are watching in the audience, for everybody that comes and sits in this auditorium and on this stage, it's really about seeing each other, being together, sharing more ideas, checking what innovation is there, and learning more about other people's countries and nations. I think that this world competition is one of the most important.
I was mentioning the fact that it's a great luck to have Japanese in your lab, in your pastry lab everywhere in the world, but there's also a big luck to have women, because women now are everywhere in pastry, and more, even more than in kitchen. In bakery too, in France, I don't know elsewhere in the world, but women are everywhere, and this girl power in pastry, we need it. So I'm so pleased to have this 3 girls team.
Actually, in reality, we need more women in normal kitchens as well, not just in pastry.
Yes, I'm sure, and in the MCs too, as you see, 2 girls, 1 guy, pretty lonely.
One thing that I want to focus on just before we leave South Korea here is also the ICE candidate. Now, I think this is quite important because Hei Yeon-jung actually initially studied architecture and mathematics.
It's very useful in pastry.
Yes,
to build cakes.
Yes, it really is, and to understand the design and the focus. And so she's going to be the ICE candidate this year. She did an absolute career shift and turned her focus to ice sculpture and cake design. She's the founder of Kongmun Cake, a cake design studio in Seoul, which allows her to travel internationally, showcase her work. So really excited to look at what's going to happen here in this lab for Seoul, South Korea.
I love that architecture, mathematics, and pastry. I'm sure that there's an angle to all of that. Thank you so much, Angela and Vincent. We're actually moving to the very last lab number 10, so the very last team for today before we're going to start with the tastings very soon. So the very last lab is again a North African nation. It's Morocco, and it's their 12th time participating in the Pastry World Cup. So I'm not sure if Angela and Vincent, if you're already at the lab number 10, we can already show you the candidates working there. Oh, it's lab number 11, I'm sorry. Working in the lab, you can see a few.
Thank you for stretching, Tanya. We're here.
Great.
We made it. We made it all the way over to Morocco. We crossed another sea, and we are here in front of the lab.
This is our competition, you know, to go from one side to the other. Don't lay long. What I must say about Morocco is that, of course, being the last team today, they will close. They will have the last dance. No, they'll dance the last dance in the afternoon. And Morocco is a strong nation for sweet and for sugar. So let's discover this team. Omar Edib, Mohamed El Yazidi, Sidi Mohamed Lambawi. Voilà, c'est l'équipe marocaine, the Moroccan team.
Yeah, so what we're actually looking at, when you look at the Team Morocco, which is great, they've set out information for us, which is really good for us to see, and for any of the judges to, when they come by, they can see what to expect from the teams and what their theme is going to be throughout the day. So for us, for the chocolate candidate, we have Mohammed, who has been working for over 20 years, and he's been serving in several boutiques and hotels, honing his skills. He's the owner of Choco Chic, a boutique in Rabat, Morocco, where he showcases his love of pastry. He also competes in a lot of competitions around the world to further develop it and express his talent. Our sugar candidate, Omar, he's been working for over 16 years. He's built a very strong professional reputation, and he actively participates in many of the pastry competition. He's returning to the competition as the sugar candidate. And of course, they were at the Coupe du Monde de la Pâtisserie in 2023 as the ice cream candidate. Working on ice today, Sidi Mohammed has over 20 years in pastry and also likes to showcase his talent and creativity and regularly competes in these competitions as well. Looking forward to seeing this, and I'm going to look through these papers as well for Team Morocco.
And of course, as you know, Morocco is a gorgeous touristic nation visited by millions of visitors and tourists, and pastry is, of course, part of it.
Over to you, Tanya.
Shukran, shukran. Thank you so much to both of you, Angela and Vincent, for introducing us to all of the candidates today. So now you have a better idea of who is competing today. Now we have about 15 minutes to go until the very first frozen fruit dessert goes out for the tasting. So we'll leave you with a few images and we'll be right back with the tasting before the jury comes out. So don't go away.
Pourquoi? Why?
Ya, espere que le bajo 2 grados más y ya.
And the first tasting is about to start already. All the jury members and the honorary president are being called in a few seconds to take their seats and to actually taste. Now the jury consists of 20 chefs. Each country actually sent one jury member who scores all the countries except its own. And the final jury tastes and scores all the desserts except the restaurant-style dessert, as that category has its own jury made out of 7 chefs, 4 of them being pastry chefs and 3 of them working chefs. So are you ready for a tasting? I would say yes. So let's get started. And with that, over to you, to Angela and Vincent.
Thank you so much, Tanya. So we are going to invite out all of our esteemed members of the jury at this point of time, starting with Team Philippines, Virgil Irel.
Members of the jury, you may applaud them.
Coming out next, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for South Korea.
Philippe quoi? Pourquoi c'est pas dans l'ordre, bordel de merde? Oui, mais
Walking out from South Korea is Dong Han Go. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome out from Team Chile. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome out from Belgium.
Jean-Philippe Darcy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome out from Team Singapore. Kong Eun Kok. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome out from Team Paraguay.
Uruguay.
Please welcome out from Team Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your applause rolling as we welcome out from Team Morocco. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome out from Team Japan. And there we have with the dragonfly. Ladies and gentlemen, coming out next from Mauritius. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome out, coming from Team France.
Mesdames et messieurs, pour l'équipe de France.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome out from Team Argentina.
L'équipe d'Argentine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome out from Team Malaysia.
Le jury de la Malaisie.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep your applause rolling for Team Egypt.
Le jury égyptien.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep your applause rolling from Team UK.
Le juré de l'équipe d'Italie, du Royaume-Uni, what do you say? Royaume-Uni.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome out to Team Colombia.
Le jury de Colombie.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming out Team China.
Et voici le juré pour la Chine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome out the jury member from Mexico.
Le juré du Mexique. Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the honorary president, le président honoraire, Amaury Guichon. And please welcome, veuillez accueillir the World Pastry Cup President, le président de la Coupe du Monde de Pâtisserie, Pierre Hermé. And now they're taking place on stage, Tanya.
And the very first frozen dessert is ready to go out by Colombia. It's gonna leave the lab number 1 right now. Colombian team finished its frozen fruit dessert.
Oui, ladies and gentlemen, the first dessert, the first frozen dessert coming out of box lab number 1 for Colombia.
So here we are on day 1 at the World Pastry Cup. The show has been kick-started 2 hours ago. We have our beautiful members of the jury seated now in front of the audience. Syrah is about to open. The kitchens have been working for 2 hours already, and this is our first frozen dessert of the day here at the World Pastry Cup 2025.
And the name of this dessert is Colombia Heritage, l'héritage colombien with yellow butterflies, les papillons jaunes. Voilà l'héritage colombien. Here is the Colombian Heritage shown to the press and the photographs. As you can see, our frozen cake is a small piece of our history and literary heritage inspired by 100 years of Gabriel Garcia Marquez. This very famous book where the real and the magical coexist seamlessly. The yellow butterflies are emblematic symbol of this masterpiece. And now our jury discovering the Colombian frozen cake.
It looks beautiful. Well, interestingly, Colombia is home to the world's greatest butterfly diversity in the world, hosting around 20% of all the species on the planet, and that's why they chose the butterfly as their symbol on the cake.
Allez, go to the carving table. the cut table, the dressing table. It's a very nice table. you should show. We'll see on the
Thank you so much. Now, here in the studio, I'm joined by Richard Hawk. He's known for his vegan, gluten-free and lactose-free pastry, but of course he also does traditional desserts. So he's here with me all day in the studio to taste and comment all of the desserts. But before we kick off, Richard, tell me, what exactly did the candidates have to create for this dessert, for this frozen fruit dessert?
Okay, firstly, they need to create 3 identical frozen desserts, 3 entremets, which is in 8 portions from 100 to 150 grams per portion. We've got 8 major flavors, and with that, that means that they've got a choice of 8 different purees. We've got apricot, black currant, blood orange, kumquat, passion fruit, pink guava, blueberry, and pear. They can choose one of those flavors. No matter what happens, when we're tasting, we need to have a majority flavors of one of those.
I see. So tell me, what is particular when you create a frozen fruit dessert, like in your practice? What do you look out for? What do you need to make sure?
We're looking for varying textures. The ideal tasting temperature for a frozen cake like this is about -12. So if it's too cold, it's going to be too hard, and we're not going to have those beautiful flavors coming through.
And we can see right now the cutting is in a process. It seems like it happens seamlessly. The knife goes through. And just from looking at it on the screen, Richard, what can you tell us?
Well, we can see that they've got a nice looking, like a star sort of an insert. After that, there's a passion fruit sorbet from that center part. Then we've got a yogurt and vanilla ice cream. We've got a raspberry jelly, a raspberry meringue, and a passion fruit sorbet.
That's right. Now you see the recipe on your screen, the recipe of the Colombian dessert. As mentioned, it's a homage to their butterfly diversity that they have around in Colombia, bringing tropical brightness of passion fruit, creaminess of yogurt, and warmth of vanilla together. Now, here in the studio, I'm now also joined by Alexis Boffi. He's also a pastry chef and the world champion. So, bonjour to you. Bonjour. You have a microphone right in front of you. Now, Alexis, you will also be tasting here in the studio. How are you? Ça va?
Ça va très bien, merci. Je suis très heureux d'être ici avec vous.
Very happy to be here. I'm not sure if we heard you, but we'll check the microphone in an instant. So my 2 co-commentators here in the studio. Now, maybe Alexis, can you tell us a little bit about this category, frozen fruit dessert? What is important? What are the requirements? What is the jury looking at?
Bah, ce qui est super important, ça va être les températures de dégustation et puis tout ce qu'on va pouvoir, les saveurs, l'association des saveurs qui va être très important. Donc j'ai hâte de goûter tout ça.
I see. We hear Italy is coming out soon, so over to you, Angela and Vincent.
And thank you so much, Tanya. I think that you might be having a little bit of sound problems over there. I don't know if you can see this on the floor because I see on the screens. Ah, there we have it. Here we have the frozen dessert coming out of laboratory number 2. What you're looking at on your screens there is from Team Italy. And that's their official countdown. There we have it. This is the frozen dessert from Team Italy from laboratory number 2. What you're looking at is Leonardo da Vinci's Flight, and the name of this dessert is Cryptics. So I know it's going to be a little confusing for those of you that are following along on TV and from our live stream in your homes, but what you'll see is alternating between live feed on the floor and Tanya doing interviews in the studio to give you a little bit more in-depth information. So we'll be going back and forth between those, and the reason why you see 2 desserts at the same time from laboratory number 1 and laboratory number 2 is these cakes are walked in front of the audience. These frozen desserts are walked in front of the audience first before they're brought over and precisely cut by our team of experts and then given to the judges for tasting. So at any point of time, you may see more than one country on the screens going by.
Angela, this creation was inspired by the genius of Leonardo da Vinci, as much Italian as he was French at the end of his life. Leonardo da Vinci, in particular, this ability to invent and design codes and intricate mechanisms capable of movement. So this Creplex, inspired by Leonardo da Vinci, is the first frozen dessert for Italy. Right now the jury is finishing the first Colombian frozen cake.
Great. Well, here in the studio, while the Italian frozen fruit dessert is going out, we are tasting the Colombian dessert. Actually, it's almost all gone. So, Richard, what can you tell us? What's your first impression and how's it taste?
Well, looking at the rules, we're looking for one of those major flavors. I've got passion fruit coming through, so that's a winner. We've got a nice crunch from the meringue on the bottom. Just the slight thing is that sometimes some of the textures might be slightly different in the different strats, the different layers of the cake. So that's something that's important to look out for.
Great, thank you very much. Alexis, your first impression?
Non, moi j'ai beaucoup apprécié l'ensemble, le sorbet passion avec la meringue assez croustillante, c'était très intéressant, ça a fonctionné très bien ensemble. C'était vraiment très intéressant.
Very interesting. So a few flavors that go together there. So is there any particular ingredient that you're not allowed to use when you do a frozen, or you shouldn't be using when you do a frozen fruit dessert?
I don't know if we could say there's no ingredient that's not allowed. Obviously, maybe the ingredients that they're using need to be freeze stable, because if they're not, they could weep. That means that the water can come out. But for me, is that it's important to look at the rules to see what we're looking for in regards to what we're judging at.
Alexis, you've participated in a few competitions yourself. Can you describe a little bit what the candidates are going through right now?
Ouais, après, c'est vrai que moi, là, en tout cas, dans l'ensemble, il y avait un réel équilibre sur l'entremets glacé. Et c'est ce que je trouve très intéressant, c'est que tout fonctionne très bien ensemble, donc c'est vraiment bien.
Merci beaucoup. And we see the Italian cake, Leonardo da Vinci's flight is a theme, cryptex being served and cut. Of course, Leonardo da Vinci was an Italian genius who invented many, many things, designed codes in science. He was quite big, so this is the Italian heritage there as well. We're going to receive, and it has a hole in the middle, the Italian dessert, and we're going to talk about that later on as well, why they left it empty in the middle. It's being cut and served very soon here as well. In the meantime, Richard, maybe you specialize yourself in vegan, lactose, and gluten-free dessert. So basically anyone who has an allergy can eat your creations, right? Was that like what you thought, why you want to do that?
Well, yes and no, because sometimes I use nuts, sometimes I use wheat flour, so I like to have the options to work with my ingredients and my recipes. In general, I do a lot of vegan or plant-based desserts, so I like that sort of an option. I like the way that we can get nice textures and different flavors as opposed to what we do in a classic context.
And what made you go that way?
It all starts in my time back in Morocco when I started to do gluten-free pastry. That's when I started to decide to try and change my classic recipes into gluten-free recipes. And then it was a gradual context of going to lactose-free. And then I decided to move on to the vegan.
Okay, well, I'm curious to hear why, but let's leave that for later as we see China has 1 minute and 20 seconds to go to finish their frozen fruit dessert. They're just finishing before it goes out. It's called Lotus. You see it there, the Lotus Dunhuan art is a theme, their national heritage, and they have a bit less than a minute, or almost, yeah, a bit more than a minute to go. We're focusing on China now as they're the next one that will present their desserts.
So China does have a few more seconds on their clock. You can see them on the screens. They've built something very interesting to hold their frozen dessert. But one of the things that I've just noticed, and you know, the pastry cup has a very long history, and there you can see it on the screens too, that the interior of their frozen dessert for Team Italy is actually hollow in the very center. So using different kinds of shapes we haven't seen so often in the past. Very interesting to see something that's a bit hollow inside. Ladies and gentlemen, here you have it in laboratory number 3. You can see on your screens the frozen dessert coming out from Team China.
Oui, le dessert glacé de la Chine, the Lotus. The ice cream cake is themed around Dunhuang culture, and its core inspiration is the lotus element in Dunhuang murals. The lotus, symbolizing purity and vitality in Dunhuang art, is an important image in Chinese traditional culture.
So far, what we've seen is we've had 3 laboratories present their frozen dessert, and what we've seen is a lot of symbolism so far. We have seen the butterfly to raise awareness for sustainability and for the environment. Then we've seen some symbolism reflecting back on the Da Vinci Code and some of the puzzles. And then now we're seeing the lotus from Team China. Really interesting where people find their inspiration and that one jumping off point to make this cohesive environment where they're going to see not only the frozen dessert, we're going to see chocolate and ice later on.
I'm about to reveal all the secrets of what's in this cake. Raspberry coulis, pear sorbet, lime pear parfait, raspberry coulis again, mango sorbet, crémeux glace, caramel ice cream, and lime streusel base for this lotus.
It sounds very, very refreshing.
It's now being shown to the jury by Jérôme de Oliveira, which is a former champion of this World Pastry Cup. As you can tell by his color, the color is wearing with all the flags.
Exactly, it's so beautiful. These people are so heavily decorated, and such an honor to be on the floor together with such accomplished chefs. And I think this is also part of their exercise and workout to have to carry these heavy pieces and showpieces past the judges every morning.
Thank you so much. That looks amazing. Now here in the studio, we've just finished tasting the Italian frozen dessert. It's already gone, so it seems like it was good. I also had a taste. And it had a hole in the middle. Richard, your first impression on the Italian dessert?
Visually speaking, is quite pleasing to the eye because it had that hole in the middle with the crunch. But also like the fact that they've used, excuse me, a lot of red fruits. The majority is with the black currant, but they've played with some strawberry and things to sort of play down the acidity or the tanginess of the dessert. And I really liked those different acidic sort of flavors. It gives a certain freshness to the dessert.
Perfect. We have the recipe now on your screen. So Alexis, what's your impression?
Alors moi j'ai trouvé ça vraiment très intéressant, comme disait Richard juste à côté, avec le tube au milieu, vraiment très intéressant parce que du coup ça a apporté beaucoup de légèreté et l'association avec le yaourt fonctionne très bien avec le cassis.
So very interesting as well with the hole in the middle. I don't know, can you explain like why they did that?
I'm trying to ask myself that same question. I'm looking through the notes and I can't figure it out just yet.
So what I see here, considering the reduced timescales imposed this year by the rules, we have studied a truly innovative frozen dessert that can defrost in a shorter time, and this is why it is empty inside.
Okay, so they've probably inserted something in that hole, maybe some dry ice or something, to get it to go a lot quicker.
Something like that. Okay, so it has a function, of course.
Yes.
Great. Well, that was the Italian dessert. You saw the recipe on your screen before. And I think the Chinese dessert is now being cut, if I'm not mistaken. It's being served very soon. I see some people, I see it being served, I think, right, Angela and Vincent?
Yes, what you're looking at being served now is the lotus. So that's from Team China. And you look at how beautiful all of the team is doing the service. One service staff per 2 chefs. It's really lovely to see them present all of these to the chefs at the exact same moment. And so, yes, they have the lotus from Team China. This is out of laboratory number 3.
And we actually also received it here in the studio already. We're just looking at it. And I think a few minutes to go for the next country to go out, which is Chile. About 1.5 minutes. In the meantime, Chinese lotus is being tasted. And we have it here on the screen right now. You see the recipe. Raspberry coulis, pear sorbet, lime pear parfait, and our 2 commentators, Richard Hawk and Alexis Buffy, taking their phones, camera eats first, and digging in.
While the jury is tasting right now the Chinese dessert, frozen dessert, of course.
And we have about half a minute to go for Chile, so let's go over there. Angela, Vincent.
Yes, we're about to see what's coming out of the lab number 4, the Chile lab.
But Vincent, did you hear the room is starting to wake up a little bit? Turn around. You feel the room is waking up?
People arriving.
Are there supporters for Team Chile?
Well, they had a pretty long flight to be here. You know, Chile is very far, and that's very nice of him to come and support their team. Pastry Lab number 4 for Team Chile.
Ladies and gentlemen, their frozen dessert is fire!
Aracama Fire, el fuego de Aracama, la tirana, the north of Chile.
Oh, Vincent, you're gonna like this one. It revolves around a religious carnival from northern Chile. And guess what they have there? Vincenzo, you guess.
The devil.
Yes. Devils, dragons, and fire.
It's cold and hot as hell in this frozen dessert. Made out of raspberry hibiscus sorbet, passion fruit and mango sorbet, a raspberry and hibiscus biscuit on a crunchy base, and vanilla mascarpone ice cream. Okay, as Angelo told you, La Tirana is a religious carnival in the north of Chile, involving much devils like us. We are this competition devils, Angela and I.
It's angels and demons.
Exactly. So it's frozen and it's hot in the same way. What a contrast. I wonder if they put some chili in the middle of this frozen dessert. That would be fun.
That could be very, very fun, very interesting. I know there's another pastry chef that's famous for using a little bit of curry in his creations.
Right. Looking for los pimientos in the ice cream? No, it's raspberry mainly. Voilà, présenté sur votre écran, presented by Jérôme de Oliveira, this Chilean frozen dessert.
A frozen dessert that is on fire. Well, it's possible from the Chilean team. It's now being cut and very soon also brought here to the studio. By the way, our two commentators here in the studio, they of course are commenting, but their comments don't count for the ranking. It's just to give you watching at home a taste of what the jury is tasting, so to describe it as much as we can. And in the meantime, also the auditorium here in Lyon is filling up with fans because the event location just opened a half an hour ago. So we have lots of fans now joining us with a live audience here, which makes it very nice.
Okay, the carving table doing its job perfectly. I may present the guys to you later on. Great pastry chefs cutting slices of these frozen desserts to be served to the jury. Je vous les présenterai plus tard puisque le public nous a rejoint largement, emmenés par les élèves, the students of the Life Institute, l'Institut Life, et découpés par Angelo Musa. Angelo Musa, the pastry chef of Plaza Athénée Paris, and également Vincent Gerlet, the president of Relais Dessert International.
And here in the studio, we also received the Chilean cake, but we haven't commented on the Chinese cake frozen dessert yet. So, well, now you see the Chilean dessert on your screen. You have the recipe there. It's Atacama fire that you see. But we would like to talk about the Chinese frozen dessert that we just saw before. So let's go back to that one very quickly, Richard, on the Don Juan.
The Chinese one had a nice crunch on the bottom, a lime streusel, sort of a reconstituted shortbread, shall we say. After that, we had a mango sorbet, which was quite dominant in that tasting. And then after that, we had a pear sorbet, which was coming up the top. And we also had a pear parfait. I found that there was quite a cream flavor coming through from the top of the dessert, and there was lots of mango coming down from the bottom. We were trying hard to find balanced flavors through the whole tasting process due to the fact that it was quite a large portion. So that's kind of important, is that when we're digging our spoon in to try and get varied flavors and to get a similar experience when we can.
I see. Anything to add, Alexis?
Alors moi j'ai trouvé déjà que visuellement c'était très intéressant, il y avait une très jolie coupe. Après on avait le sorbet poire, j'ai trouvé très intéressant, vraiment un très bon goût de poire. Et l'association avec la mangue fonctionnait bien.
Merci beaucoup. And Richard is ready to taste. So we will taste the Chilean dessert here, and we have half a minute to go for Belgium to finish up their frozen dessert. So over to you, Angela and Vincent.
So there's about 20 seconds more on the clock, but it looks like we have some supporters for Team Belgium here in the auditorium. Where are you guys? Time to wake up and support your team. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have it out of lab number 5 for Team Belgium, the frozen dessert of the day. As you see, the dessert is being walked very carefully in front of the judges and stopping for its photos. What we have is the theme for them is Belgian heritage. The name of their dessert is Alors en saxophone.
Angela, did I tell you that I used to be a saxophone player?
Vincent, on a very late night a million years ago, I believe that I've gotten to listen to your beautiful
Maybe your
music.
grandmother was born at that time.
Do you still play the sax?
No, not anymore.
Maybe one day you could do it for the entire auditorium. You know how the UK sometimes brings a band during Syrah? You can help.
So, this Belgian dessert, alors, au saxophone? Ça, c'est le nom. This is the name of this Belgian heritage dessert. 11 years after Belgium was founded in 1830, Adolphe Sax, a Belgian guy, introduced the world of his legendary invention, the saxophone. With its elegant design and sultry sound, this instrument has become synonymous with sophistication and patience. When you hear its sensual music, you should hear me play. I'm very sensual. Coming up in a movie, beware, the temperature is about to rise, like in frozen desserts.
Exactly. Last 2 kitchens have been on fire.
Fire again.
Yeah, so here in the studio, we already tasted the Chilean dessert, so the previous one, so the one that was on fire. Let's get a comment on that, on the Chilean frozen desserts. Richard.
Yes, my first impression was just wondering how we're tasting these as opposed to if the judges are getting it at the same time as what we're getting at, because I noticed that there's sometimes a bit of difference in the textures. That one was quite cold, and that's super important is that there were certain things. There was a raspberry and hibiscus sorbet in the center, and I tried to taste it, and the problem is that being so cold, we're sort of missing that beautiful hibiscus that could have come through. We've also got a mango and passion fruit sorbet. Working with mango and passion fruit, a lot of the time we're using the mango to sweeten it up to sort of lose a little bit of that kick of the acidity from the passion fruit. But if we add too much mango, obviously we're going to miss the passion fruit, but that's a nice flavor combination. It also gives a beautiful color too.
Okay, good. So you think we should have waited like 1 or 2 minutes to taste it later so the temperature is right, or what can you do?
That's the issue is that the challenge that the teams have is that they know when they're serving, they need to make sure that it's at -12 when it's ready to go. Because if it's way too cold, we've really got to sort it out.
Just hold the microphone close to your mouth so we hear you well. Alexis.
Bon, c'est un petit peu comme Richard, c'est vrai que j'ai trouvé que c'était un petit peu froid. C'était difficile d'avoir vraiment tous les parfums. Après, l'hibiscus était intéressant, ça apportait un petit peu de rondeur à l'ensemble de l'entremet.
Merci beaucoup. So these the comments on the Chilean frozen desserts, and we continue with Belgium, which is being cut and served. So yeah, over to you, Vincent. I can hear you.
I'll give you information about what's in the dessert, the Belgian dessert, the saxophone dessert. Actually, it's made out of an apricot rôti, a roasted apricot sorbet, a roasted apricot parfait, a yogurt thyme ice cream, and a lime and ginger coulis set on a crunchy cookie, a Belgian cookie.
And there it is, it's being presented to the judges. Now, again, it's a unique shape to use for their frozen dessert, and a big move in order for them to put the saxophone shape or outline in the interior of their frozen dessert. And there you have it. For those of you that are watching on your screens at home and you can see the broadcast, what you're looking at is what the team actually does prior to even dreaming up what they're going to present to the judges. They do an outline of it to make sure that this area is going to look a certain way, what their image is, and then you could see the exact finished product as well for them side by side.
It's always very interesting to see different techniques used by the different teams from all over the world. It's so different from one lab to another. It's incredible. Even on such themes as frozen desserts, you can see so much differences, so much skills used to get the best. See those Egyptian desserts?
Yes.
Those boats, those Nile boats.
No, ça c'est la barque du.
Ah no, it's I should say it's the. How do you say la barque, la nave?
Nile.
The Nile boat. No, ça c'est. It refers. It refers to mythology, to Egyptian mythology.
1 for Egypt.
We'll know more in a minute. Here comes next box, next lab, number 6, the Egyptian dessert.
This is coming out of laboratory number 6. And so this is Team Egypt. So as Vincent was pointing out, the differences in the different kinds of techniques that all of the teams are using, what you see out of laboratory number 6 that we hadn't seen yet this morning is there's a bit of sugar work on this cake. The sugar work is going to correspond later to what you're going to be seeing on their buffet when they present their sugar showpieces. So you're getting a little bit of an inkling of what they have prepared for us for this afternoon.
Beautiful presentation shown to the jury right now. Voilà cette magnifique barque du pharaon. Très joli décor. I will tell you more about what's in this frozen cake in a minute, or do you want it now, Tanya?
Yeah, we go now. Thank you so much, as we still need to talk about the previous dessert, the Belgium one, while the jury looks at the Egyptian one. It's going to be cut, so let's get back to the studio and talk about the Belgium. Alors, en saxophone. Alexis, you want to go first? Your impression of the Belgian heritage.
Alors moi j'ai trouvé ça très intéressant parce que j'adore l'abricot et là c'était vraiment très puissant en abricot avec un côté un petit peu rôti de l'abricot, un croustillant vraiment très crunchy, donc vraiment intéressant, et le gingembre a apporté beaucoup de fraîcheur, donc j'ai beaucoup apprécié.
Okay, so Alexis loves apricot, and it was there in the dessert with a few different textures. So Richard.
Firstly, it's quite another cold tasting, which is a bit of a shame because we've got some really nice roasted apricots in 2 different varieties. We've got an ice cream, and we've also got a parfait. Roasted apricot sorbet, roasted apricot parfait. We also had a yogurt and lime ice cream with a lime and ginger coulis. So there's a certain amount of freshness coming through with that apricot, with a nice textured crunch on the bottom. So it was a nice flavor combination, just a shame that it was a bit too cold. I'm sure we would have had a bit more of a better flavor profile coming through if it was a little bit warmer.
So the frozen dessert shouldn't be that frozen when it's served.
If it's like a brick, it's hard to sink your teeth into, and your taste buds have a hard time with the coldness, and we're not getting those nice, beautiful flavor profile coming through.
Great, thank you very much. We see the Egyptian frozen dessert, the Kufu mango ice cream being cut. So, Vincent, if you want to go through a little bit of what's inside, go ahead. We actually still don't have we will show the recipe shortly as soon as we have it.
Yeah, of course. This beautiful Egyptian sunboat with this frozen dessert being presented a minute ago to the press by Johanna Le Pape, magnificent pastry chef. And this dessert, this Egyptian dessert, is made out of mango and passion fruit sorbet, mango ice cream, vanilla ice cream, mango jelly, and a base of hazelnuts financier, which is a soft cake, a soft hazelnut cake, holding this wonderful sunboat dessert. La barque du soleil, vous le savez, c'est celle qui porte le soleil d'un horizon à l'autre pendant la journée dans la mythologie égyptienne. This sunboat used to carry the sun from during the day, from sunrise to sunset. This sunboat carries the sun in the Egyptian mythology.
And what is very interesting as well, I don't know if you mentioned, but it was that this mango that has this special name, they couldn't translate it to English, actually was brought from India to Egypt in 1838. That's what they believe it was. So mango came from India to Egypt. And of course, you now heard the Japanese fans, because there's less than 2 minutes to go for Japan to leave the lab number 7 with their frozen desserts. So the fans are here making some noise already.
Wonderful Japanese support. In the audience, a great Japanese delegation here to support their team.
Always, always. The Japanese supporters are always a fan favorite. So there is about 48 more seconds left on the clock. I'm up here in front of Lab 7. I wanted to take a sneak peek, and now you can also see it on the screens. You look at how they have this beautiful rotation, and this is their frozen dessert. I can't see what that sign says. Was that for the audience, or is that an internal sign? Ladies and gentlemen, here you have it, coming out of laboratory Number 7, frozen dessert from Team Japan.
Land of the Rising Sun presenting his frozen dessert, the Coma Spinning Top. The Coma is evoking childhood memories or playing with this iconic toy. It's a famous Japanese toy used by kids, the Coma. Being presented right now to the carving table. The cutting table. Oh, that's a challenge. See?
So here in the studio, we're just digging into the Egyptian frozen dessert, the historical pharaoh life in here. So you just tried, but I'm gonna ask you, we see the recipe there on your screen, lots of mango. Richard.
That's what I'm a little bit worried about, because we're looking for a majority of passion fruit, and I can see here is we've got mango and passion fruit sorbet. I'll just dig into that to see for that, but for the moment I've got a mango dominance coming through with a small little bit of the sponge on the bottom.
Well, it says mango passion fruit sorbet, mango ice cream, vanilla, mango jelly. So lots of mango seems to be one of the ingredients that almost everyone is using.
Historically speaking, mango, passion fruit, coconut and raspberry are probably the most favorite flavors for an ice cream dessert in the World Cup.
Alexis.
Pour les amateurs de mangue, c'est très intéressant. On a vraiment des textures qui sont intéressantes. Il y a de la gelée avec le sorbet. Moi, je trouve ça très intéressant avec la crème glacée vanille. Après, c'est vrai que la gelée était peut-être un petit peu froide aussi pour moi, donc je sais pas. Mais c'est plutôt cool. Le financier aussi, apporter un petit peu de mâche, donc c'est très très bien.
Very interesting combination there as well, but the jelly a little bit cold.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Cold, or maybe a little bit of a problem with the balance of the rest, because with ice cream, the hard thing is to get the right balance in regards to the dry extract, the sugars that you're working with, because sugar prevents the freezing process. So if I add too much sugar to a product, it'll be too liquid, but if I don't add enough, it's going to be too hard. So it's important texturally speaking to make sure that the different layers in each cake have similar textures, also slightly contrasting, but they work together when we're cutting.
So it makes sense that you listen in chemistry class as well.
You have to when you're working with ice cream. It's not forgiving.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So that was the Egyptian frozen dessert being commented here in the studio. In the meantime, South Korea has 3 minutes, a little bit more than 3 minutes to go to present theirs, while Japan's frozen dessert is being presented to the jurors, to the press, to the cameras, and it's now being walked to the cutting table.
Thank you, Tanya. Let's come back to the Japanese dessert and the ingredients that you will find in it. It's this dessert called Coma is made out of biscuit hazelnut crumble, the apricot and yuzu jelly, red fruit coulis, apricot compote, apricot orange sorbet, almond, yuzu ice cream, and yuzu glaze, but not any yuzu, a very special one. The Kito Yuzu is Japan's top yuzu brand, known for its unparalleled rich fragrance and strong acidity, which set it apart from any other type of yuzus.
And that's super interesting that they've brought a very specialized yuzu that they want the judges to taste in their frozen dessert, because it's kind of like one of those buzzwords. When you see yuzu on a dessert and a drink, somewhere you're like, yeah, I want to try that. Even in savory dishes in a sabayon, you're like, oh yeah, there's yuzu in it, I want to give it a try.
Yeah, but it's fashion also, you know. The yuzu is the new lemon.
So we do see things that are quite cyclical, and we see it, you know, in food, and we see it in F&B all of the time. Now, I have a little bit more storytelling behind this Japanese frozen dessert that has come out. So the team knows that I like to talk about tradition and some of the meanings behind the dishes and where people got a lot of their inspiration from. And so they've shared with me that in Japan, dragonflies are considered symbols of good luck and protection against misfortune. This belief comes from the fact that dragonflies are always moving forward and never retreat, representing progress and determination. Purple dragonflies in particular are seen as a sign of success. It is said that when facing important moments in work or studies, they bring opportunities for success and lead to the desired outcome. They've chosen this color because they think that it suits it. And in Japan, if a dragonfly lands on you, it is thought to be a very special moment and a sign of good fortune to come. So we had a dragonfly on the top of this frozen dessert from Team Japan, and we look forward to seeing more of their presentation a little bit later. Now, the Team Japan's frozen dessert is being presented to the jurors now, and as you can see on the screens, we have these beautiful presentations coming from lab number 8. So there's quite a lot of activity here on the floor.
Et maintenant, mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome from lab number 8, the frozen dessert of the girly team of South Korea.
And remember this is our all-female team. And look at this beauty coming out of lab number 8, Team South Korea.
This beautiful flower is actually a lotus, the national Korean heritage. As you will discover, the lotus was found and lotus leaves in the pond of Gyeongbokgung, one of our cultural heritages. While observing the lotus flowers, we thought about how frozen desserts could harmonize on a buffet table and came up with an idea to express the elegance of the lotus that carefully is considered how to present the refreshing acidity of fruits in a graceful way. Graceful is my second name, Angela.
Vincenzo Graceful. So it's beautiful. Now we've seen two very different interpretations of a lotus just today here on day 1. Very, very elegant, both of them. And I feel a bit more at peace when I look at the lotus. And look at that, how that's being sliced as well. That's a very unique way to serve this frozen dessert.
It's a beautiful flower, isn't it?
Really, indeed it is. I feel that the judges have such a difficult job ahead of them today.
It's terrible.
Right now, they're tasting Team Japan's frozen dessert with the special yuzu on it. And then after that, they're going to be tasting Team South Korea. I feel that both of them have this kind of like elegance just by looking at them.
I will take a picture of Joanna.
And here in the studio, we are just tasting the dessert by Japan, the land of the rising sun, with their koma spinning top. So we just have it still in front of us. Richard, you want to comment on the techniques of this cake?
Yes. The first thing that kind of frustrates me a little bit is that the fact that we've got a yuzu cake. It's amazing, amazing flavor, because if yuzu can be something that's very acidic, and it can be very aggressive, but the way that they've worked with this here is just amazing. what I've got to say is that you can see that we've got different techniques in the cake, and it might not necessarily have anything to do with the degustation, but it can do with the techniques to show what they're doing, to see the different colors, so that when we cut, we've got something that looks really beautiful to the eye before we're actually sinking our teeth into the cake. Because we can see here is that we've worked with yuzu in different ways. We've got red fruit curry and apricot yuzu jelly, hazelnut sponge crumble, apricot compote, apricot orange sorbet. We've got a yuzu ice cream and a yuzu glaze. And we've really got that yuzu coming through.
And I just read that the ice cream was infused with yuzu aroma just before serving, actually.
Amazing. Just the main thing for me is that I'm looking at the 8 flavors that we're looking for main flavors from the ice cream cakes, and I'm missing yuzu on the list.
So this one is it?
I don't know, because the thing is that you can see how much of the cake is left.
Yeah.
We pretty much finished it.
Alexis, same opinion?
Yeah. Je pense que le temps d'un instant, on a voyagé au Japon. C'était vraiment un équilibre parfait. Les saveurs que nous apporte le yuzu sont vraiment impressionnantes. Et la coupe qui est très graphique, géométrique, c'est vraiment super bien exécuté. Association parfaite avec l'amande, c'était vraiment excellent.
So very nice. Also the geometrics of the cake and the balance of everything. Anything to add?
There's a lot of work put into that cake. As you can see, is that on the top we've got a yuzu glaze using yuzu and apricots, and the apricots are giving us a beautiful color to the top. And there's a lot of techniques in geometrical forms on the insides with all of those inserts that they've placed in the cake. And like we said before, is that they're pressed for time. Because of the teams, they're allowed to bring their mixes that have been pre-made in advance, but not churned or finished. The sponges and the crunches can be made in advance. So they were basically doing the assembly, but that needs to be assembled and frozen as quickly as possible, so that then it can be defrosted so they can have that perfect temperature and perfect textures and flavors. So that's quite a challenge for the teams.
So timing is also everything. And this is a dessert that has no mango in it.
No, for a first. And sometimes that's a good thing, is that if we're constantly getting one flavor coming through, if there's a team that does something slightly different, that sort of brings them out and can highlight their product. So it's a risk, but sometimes it pays.
Especially if you have to taste so much. Great, thank you very much. And we're 1 minute to go for Morocco to finish their dessert, and we already heard it before that they used dates. So I think for this one, I'm not sure. But over to you, Vincent and Angela.
Yeah, so on the floor, we're still watching here physically the Team South Korea desserts to be given to the judges. And Team Morocco has about 30 seconds left on the clock. And you look at, they were making this design when we first introduced them earlier this morning. And so now they've enrobed their frozen dessert together with this arabesque kind of design. We're really curious to see their full presentation later when they start presenting it on their buffets later. We're getting a countdown in for them. They're hustling a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Out of lab number 11, the frozen dessert of Team Morocco.
Yes, in lab number 11, Morocco, coming out right now, held by Jérôme de Oliveira. The Moroccan dessert, Burida, Moroccan Fantasia, the Sous Symphony. Our frozen dessert, says the Moroccan team, Sous Symphony, pays tribute to Morocco's Sous region with creamy yogurt, ice cream, vibrant fruit sorbet. I'll tell you more about the ingredients in a minute as soon as we will be done with the Japanese tasting.
Elle est bizarre la framboise, non? Ouais.
So also, as you see here on the screens, that there is a little bit of that sugar work on the top here of their frozen dessert, which is just giving us a little hint at what we're going to be seeing later for them.
Okay, let's have a look at this Moroccan dessert. There's a lot of different ingredients in the Moroccan dessert.
So here in the studio, we just tasted the South Korean lotus frozen dessert. So while Morocco is still going out, let's talk about lotus. So you saw it before, you saw the cake and you tasted it. Alexis, go ahead.
C'est très intéressant. La coupe était très jolie. Cependant, sur la partie extérieure, on avait une première couche. La première des cuillères était vraiment concentrée sur la noix de coco. Et du coup, on n'a pas réussi à vraiment avoir toutes les saveurs. Mais sinon, c'était très intéressant avec le sorbet mangue et ananas. C'était bien.
So the very first taste was a coconut, and then you had also mango and raspberry. Very interesting also how it looked. Richard?
Firstly, when we were looking at the cake, we were just having a discussion with Alexi, and we were guessing that the cake is a bit cold, but as we sunk the spoon inside, it was quite nice in regards to the temperature for the textures. We had a really nice coconut sorbet coming through, a raspberry sorbet in the middle insert with a pistachio sponge and a macadamia crunch on the bottom. We had some nice, slightly different flavors as opposed to what we've tasted so far, so that was quite interesting.
I had some pistachio, no?
Yes. Pistachio, that was the sponge. You could see that little, the green layer on the bottom. And what was interesting with that is that as the cake was cut, it was sitting on that, and that was preventing it from defrosting. Because sometimes if we're putting the slice onto the plate, sometimes the plate will also melt the cake faster.
True, yeah, depending how cold the plate is probably.
True, and I don't think the plates are cold, so that can sometimes be an issue too.
So what they also write here, what was innovative, what you also mentioned before with the dry ice, to complete the frozen dessert in a short time, we made the mold very thin and used dry ice.
You've got to be careful with dry ice, because if I'm not mistaken, dry ice is about -60 or -70 degrees. And the problem with that is that if it's in the dry ice for too long, it can be too cold and it can actually have freezer burn, which means it will dry out the product completely. And the problem with that is that if we're at -70, to defrost that temperature will take a long time too. So it can also become as a technical issue.
But they managed.
They did a good job, very good job.
Great. Do you use dry ice when you do frozen desserts? Si tu utilises la glace?
Bah, non, j'ai trouvé que c'était vraiment l'ensemble. Ah, est-ce que je m'en sers? Ouais, c'est vrai que pour le chaud, c'est vraiment très intéressant. En plus, ça rappelle l'origine du lotus avec l'eau et tout, donc c'était vraiment très intéressant.
Great.
The thing with the dry ice is that what they're probably doing is they're timing it to make sure that at a certain time it goes in, and they're going to put a timer on it, because if 30 seconds longer, and that could be another 2 hours of defrosting. So that's how they're working with those techniques, is they'll put a timer on it to make sure that they're good to go.
30 seconds can make such a difference.
I think so, because if you're at minus 70 degrees, that's not forgiving.
Yeah.
The normal freezer is at minus 18 to 20. At blast freezer is at minus 30 to minus 35. So you can imagine that's double at blast freezer.
Yeah. Wow, crazy. Well, thank you very much. That was a South Korean frozen dessert. In the meantime, we have been served with a Moroccan Sous symphonies here in the studio. You can see it there on your screen right now. It's also going out to the jury. You see some pistache as well in this one, the green circle. And the jurors, everyone takes out their phone to take a picture first before they dig in to this dessert that pays tribute to Morocco's Sousse region with a creamy yogurt ice cream, vibrant fruit sorbets, and the spiced ginger parfait paired with pistachio, dacquoise, and crisp lemon accents. And by the way, this year they're also all making sure that they're also considering sustainability. So everyone is committing themselves to being as sustainable as possible, because one of the teams will also win an eco-responsible award. We'll be talking about that a bit later on. So we can taste it as well now, the Moroccan dessert here in the studio at the same time as the jurors. Often we're a bit behind, but this time we can taste it at the same time as the jury. Go ahead, Richard.
Just thought of something to say is what's really important is the assembly of a cake. Because we notice that some of the times we're getting cakes that are in a thinner layer that are put onto the side. And what I find is the most importance when you're working in a competition like this is to give the jury, when they're tasting, to give a similar experience each time. We've had some teams that their frozen cake is in a way that it's small enough so that when we're putting it on the plate, it's vertical. So that way we're going from the top down and we're getting a full experience. Whereas if it's on the plate on the flat, we could dig from the right or the left. And the problem with that is that I might only get one flavor or two flavors as opposed to all of the different layers of the whole cake. And that's something really important to think about is to give a similar experience each time. Because if I've got two flavors in one mouthful and other flavors in another mouthful, that can be different.
Yeah, I see that. But most of the cakes served now were actually laid flat.
Well, that's what I just realised that now is that it's sometimes important to think about the experience of the tasting process, because of that's a really important thing is that we need to make sure the textures are right, the temperature's right, so the story that we want to tell comes through on the plate, and the jury is tasting what we want it to do.
And what do you think about this one? Is it coming through?
There's lots of different flavours here with the. We've got the yogurt ice cream. Sometimes flavors like a yogurt ice cream supplement other flavors. It's not a main flavor of the dessert. After that, we've got mango passion fruit sorbet, blueberry raspberry sorbet. We've got nice different color contrasts here. A pistachio dacquoise that's sort of wrapping around the whole assembly, because if one of the requirements is that they would line the molds. In French, we'd say chemisage, which means to line the molds with something. So that's something that's really important. And then we've got the crunch on the bottom. So we can see here is that we've got a bit of sponge, a bit of crunch, sorbet, a bit of ice cream. So we're balancing in the flavors, a bit of creaminess so that it sort of holds in the mouth nicely.
Great, thank you very much. Actually, I'm hearing, Jaakko, that we have the very next one coming out very soon. So actually, the restaurant-style desserts are coming up next. So maybe one sentence, no? Once it's so good. Okay, great. So that was the frozen dessert tasting of Coupe du Monde de la Pâtisserie. Thank you very much, Richard and Alexis Bouffis. Merci beaucoup. You will stay with me, Richard, for the whole day, for all the tastings. Qu'est-ce que c'est ton plan pour aujourd'hui?
Tanya, maybe some few information about the Moroccan dessert.
Go ahead.
Because I didn't have time to tell you what's inside.
We actually had a look, and now my commentators, they commented on what's inside,
okay.
So that's fine.
All together, so we did the job. Good.
Exactly. Alexis, what's your plan for today?
C'était un réel plaisir de pouvoir goûter l'ensemble des entremets glacés. J'ai pris beaucoup de plaisir et ça m'a rappelé de très bons souvenirs, donc je suis très heureux.
Merci beaucoup pour être ici avec nous. That was the very first tasting here at the World Pastry Cup. We'll be right back with you in a few seconds before I speak with our first partners. So see you in a bit. So you just saw it before. The Italian company Bravo has been existing for over 50 years and produces machines for the dessert sector, such as ice cream machines. And it's one of the partners here at Coupe du Monde de la Pâtisserie. Bravo, one of our partners here. And I'm very pleased that I'm now joined by Chief Commercial Officer of Bravo, Andrea Zannuso. Piacere, ciao Andrea.
Ciao, molto piacere. Nice to meet you.
Very nice meeting you. So Bravo has been a partner of Coupe du Monde de la Pâtisserie for more than 15 years. Why did the brands believe in this competition from the beginning on?
The competition is very important for us because it gives to us the visibility not only to the final event, but also in the all events that there are before coming here. So we have the possibility that many chefs all around the world, they will try our equipment and they will experience how easy it is to use those.
So it evolved, the partnership evolved throughout the years as well, right?
Correct.
So what features make the high technology of Bravo machines indispensable for the competition?
In my opinion, in a competition like this, where there is a lot of stress, you have to do many things in a very short time. The most important features are the machine is able to work by itself, so as long as you give an input to the machine, it will perform what the chef is requiring. And then all the time, we have the possibility to monitor the real temperature of the product that you are cooking or cooling.
So I can hear how does Bravo face the challenges of innovation in a constantly evolving sector, such as a sweet one? How do you picture the role of companies in the future of pastry and ice cream?
I believe that the pastry and ice cream future is challenging. Nowadays, it's not that easy in any business to find people. And We strongly believe that equipment are a fundamental ingredient for your success. So having technology in your kitchen can help you to evolve and do always a better product in an easier way.
And what are the advantages of collaborating with professionals such as the ones here at the World Pastry Cup?
But of course, this event for us is a stress test because all the time people are asking more. And during this competition, we have the possibility to talk with incredible professional chefs from all around the world and collect their needs. So our way is to understand what the gelato, pastry, and chocolate market needs and try to build equipment for their needs.
I have to laugh because it's so loud in here. The fans are going crazy, which is really, really cool for this competition. So, Andrea, what message does the company want to convey to the pastry professionals?
I think that the chef need to understand that Bravo is at their side. Means that all the challenges that we have today in any business, with a piece of equipment that you can rely in, it will help a lot to make your life much, much easier.
Maybe very quickly, the competition just started, but did you already have a chance to have a look? What's your impression?
I'll be honest with you, not really, because I arrived last night because we just finished another important exhibition in Italy. Of course, it's not the first time I'm here, so I just give a quick look and I see that every time this event, the organization is every time better and more professional.
Great. Well, thank you very much for supporting Coupe du Monde de la Pâtisserie, for being here, Andrea Zanuso, and we hope to see you next time as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you. Thank you.
Yeah, with that, we continue very shortly with the competition and the next tasting. It's taking about 15 minutes until the very first restaurant-style dessert goes out by Colombia. We have the next tasting in a few minutes. This dessert, as I mentioned, will be tasted by an extra jury, only for this category, consisting of 7 jury members, out of which 3 are traditional chefs. So in the meantime, I guess we can show you a few images, and we'll be right back.
ese agua caliente ahí. Ya.
Atrás hay un cooler en el piso. ¿Heladito? ¿Saco el helado? Con eso se tempera.
No, just the comedy.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the audience has just started to warm up a little bit. We know that Italy had a little bit of a sleep in, but here they are in the audience. So thank you supporters for Italy. You guys are gonna be here all day, and luckily you have your horn. We're only using our voices, so we might need to get a little bit above the throng. At this point in time, we have some very important business because the room cannot continue on until we do this very important thing. At this point in time, Vincent and I would love to call out the International Organizing Committee. Without these men and women that put in so much hard work, an event like this and a competition would not be possible. Ladies and gentlemen, please continue. Put your hands together to welcome out of the tunnel the IOC, the International Organizing Committee of the World Pastry Cup.
You were early, baby. le comité international d'organisation, emmené par de grands pâtissiers. A big round of applause.
Now is your time, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, to give a huge round of applause. We have such an amazing lineup of chefs that have worked blood, sweat, and tears in order to organize such a beautiful competition for all of our contestants and for all of you watching everywhere in the world to see this and to be able to enjoy this spectator sport.
Are you ready to welcome the president of this competition, the World Pastry Cup, Mr. Pierre Hermé.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you please keep your applause rolling to welcome out of the tunnel our honorary president this year, Anne-Marie Guichon.
Anne-Marie Guichon, mesdames et messieurs, qui salue le comité. Je vais vous demander d'applaudir des ambassadeurs, Monsieur Kamal Rahal Es-Soulami, pour l'équipe du Maroc.
And ladies and gentlemen, please keep your applause rolling as we welcome out Christophe Morel.
Et je vous demande également d'applaudir. I would like to have you to applaud 6 volunteers, pastry chefs, qui prêtent leur concours here today to help all those members of the committee. I would like you to applaud them.
A round of applause for our beautiful volunteers. And now, you'll please help me to keep your applause rolling as we welcome out our members of the jury for the restaurant dessert, starting with Nicolas Lambert.
Yann Couvreur.
Keep your applause rolling as we welcome out Vicky Lau.
Je vous demande d'applaudir Claire Santos Lopez.
Keep your applause rolling as we welcome out Sven Erik Rina.
On ne baisse pas les mains. Voici Narae Kim.
Please keep your applause rolling as we welcome out Fabrizio Melino.
Ladies and gentlemen, now our restaurant dessert jury is now completed. We're about to start this second round of tasting.
Exactly. Restaurant dessert is about to start. They have a few more minutes on the clock. Thank you so much, International Organizing Committee. So ladies and gentlemen, coming up next in just a short while, we're going to be tasting the dessert of the restaurant dessert coming out of laboratory number 1. We have some of the supporters there in the audience, and of course we have our members of the restaurant jury seated now. They're getting their files and paperwork put together as we have 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock before we see laboratory number 1.
So Colombia is the first one to go out with a restaurant style dessert. Well, let's take a look at their video because they have something prepared. Let's take a look. Very nice, some Colombian vibes there. Now back in the studio, I'm joined by Richard Hawk, who you already saw before, and I'm also joined by Christophe Michalak. Christophe Michalak was a pastry world champion in 2005 as part of the Frenchie. Now here, Colombia is about to go out, so let's take a break here in the studio as Colombia goes out with their first dessert.
There you have it, the first restaurant dessert of the day from lab number 1 for Team Colombia.
The magnificent frozen dessert, restaurant dessert, excuse me, for Team Colombia, the Colombian heritage. The name of this dessert is Perfect Love. It has, of course, coffee in it, but I'll tell you more about this dessert in a minute.
And now here in the studio, as I mentioned, we're joined by Christophe Michalak, pastry world champion in 2005 as part of the French team. He's worked in many established hotels and presented TV shows and cooking shows, or like MasterChef of France. So Christophe, tell us, what exactly did the candidates have to do for this restaurant-style dessert?
Pour cette année, on a demandé à chaque pays de travailler sur une saveur très particulière, une saveur qui représente leur pays. Et ce qu'on leur demande par-dessus tout, c'est d'avoir 2 textures et 2 températures. Voilà, ce sont ce qu'on demande. C'est un travail assez particulier, assez difficile. Et je trouve que c'est assez intéressant de rester ciblé sur les saveurs du pays.
So a very hard job on this one, also making sure that the temperatures and everything are being set or met. Richard, what can you add?
Well, yeah, just to translate to what Christophe just said, is we're looking for a plated dessert which has 2 temperatures, 2 textures, on the plate with local specialities. So they're bringing from where they're from to share with us what they've, their best products, shall we say.
So they need to bring a local heritage flavor. So also working around one local flavor, is that something that you do a lot?
Of course, pardon, sorry, je vais parler en français. Ce qu'on ne sait pas et ce qui est très intéressant, c'est de vouloir travailler avec quelque chose de local, un produit du terroir. Et vous ne le savez pas encore, mais sur les notes, la note la plus privilégiée va être sur le goût et l'émotion que va procurer le dessert. Et ça, pour nous, c'est une vraie nouveauté.
Merci beaucoup, Christophe. Michalak, I think you have a lot to do today, so we release you from the studio. Thank you very much for being here and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Merci. Now, we received the dessert here, the Colombian restaurant-style dessert.
You want to know more about what's in the dessert?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, it's made out of a coffee praliné almond cake with espresso. Of course, a lot of coffee in Colombia, as you know. A coffee mousseline. There's a tamarind caviar as a biscuit to hold this dessert. A chira crumble, coffee sugar extension, red fruit quenelle, chocolate and glaze cover, and a little flower on the top.
Sorry, that was me. Vincent, thank you so much. Sorry, I don't know if you're finished yet.
Over to you, Tanya. We're curious to see what you guys are tasting. You can go ahead and walk us through it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, here in the studio, I'm now joined as well by Stéphane Cherami. He is going to be our co-commentator next to Richard Hawk. He's the president of the Coupe du Monde team USA and based in Florida, where he's an executive pastry chef at the Ritz-Carlton and JW Marriott in Orlando. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. What an amazing competition.
Great having you. So you have the Colombian restaurant-style dessert in front of you. Feel free, feel free to taste.
Can we taste first?
You can taste first,
Okay, cool.
or you taste. And Stefan, maybe you can comment on what you see.
Already, I love how appealing it looks. It has different textures and it has a gloss, and it looks very fresh. You really want to try it.
Really want to try it, so go ahead. You have the recipe there on your screen. Perfect love is a recipe. There's coffee, of course. That's the heritage ingredient by Colombia. And they advise eating it with tamarind to provide a better flavor experience. That's what they say here. Okay, Richard, you had a taste. You seem to be ready to comment.
Yes, I can. What you can see, the ball on the top there, it was actually a very, very thin chocolate shell. What they've done is that they've probably added some cocoa butter to some chocolate to thin that out, to have a nice crunch, so that when we dig our spoon in, we can feel that crack. After that, we've got a nice coffee whipped ganache with some coffee paste, so it's quite bitter. We've got an almond cake with the tamarind caviar. The tamarind caviar is just on the side here. And on the edges here, we've also got like a tuile, sort of a crunch on the edges. So that gives a nice different textural contrast. And then we've got what looks like a raspberry ice cream on the edge here. I think that was raspberry.
Yes. You know, when you do a tasting competition, you want to be very creative, but you also want to be safe, because you have judges from different countries with different flavors that they like. So you want to make sure you pick a flavor that you know everybody's going to love, and you also want to make sure it's not too heavy, not too sweet, because you have to think that the judges has to try a lot of different desserts. So it's very interesting and I love the fact that the competitors have 2 years that they really focus on the competition, and then finally this is the big day where they get to represent their country and get to share with the rest of the world something they're very passionate about. It's really awesome.
Great. So you think that the flavors that they chose are flavors that are liked by most of the people, no matter where they come from?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Coffee is quite a popular flavor.
Great. Now, what else do you look out for when you taste a restaurant-style dessert? Like, what makes it different from others?
This is kind of slightly, what I find for the World Cup is slightly different in a way of an actual true restaurant-style dessert. Because for me, a World Cup, what I was explaining before about digging your spoon into something, what we're going to probably see is a lot of desserts that have a central element that's sort of a cup or something that we're digging our spoon into, and to try and get a similar experience with varied textures. Because if we're trying to go left to right all over the plate, the problem with that is that I'm not going to have the same experience, and therefore it's probably not going to go so well. So what you'll notice is that in the past and now is that we're going to see a central element, and we're going to be trying to vary the textures and the flavors and the temperatures there.
Thank you very much. Now, Italy is the next to go out, and before we hear the countdown, let's take a look at their video presentation.
Pastry Lab number 2, please welcome the dessert for Italia.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I think for the rest of the afternoon, when we know Lab 2 is coming out, it will be announced by our wonderful supporters for Team Italy.
Yeah, there's a great competition going on in the audience between the Japanese and the Italians.
So that was very interesting. What we're seeing here on the tables is basically the flatware for Team Italy with something in the interior. We're going to have to rely on the studio to actually tell us what's inside because it's so difficult for us to be able to tell. So I hope that they get the same experience in the studio so that you can explain to us what that was on the inside. So we're looking at a bit of dry ice, and then everything is being done table-side service here for laboratory number 2 for kitchen for Team Italy.
What do you think about the supporters challenge? Who's going to win?
I feel that if you're going to have Italy versus Japan compete in the supporters challenge, is this the 2 nations that you're going to peg together?
Yeah, and maybe France tomorrow. We'll see then.
We know.
Oh,
This we know. Bah ouais.
While we wait for the desserts, maybe Stefan, you've been a judge on many pastry competitions. Can you talk us through what the judges are going through right now?
So, first of all, the judges, what I love about these organizations is they're taking this competition very seriously. They have a lot of respect for the amount of talent and the amount of dedication and time that the team spend. So they're really making sure they are judging fairly and they are paying attention to all the creativity and effort that's been made. And often they learn a new technique and that gets them excited, you know. And they want to see a dessert that's very clean, that is not melted, or that doesn't have something that went off. Because, you know, it's very challenging to do a competition in a room like this. You have a lot of pressure. It's not your equipment. You know, there's a lot of work to do in a very short amount of time. So they want to see a perfect execution, and they want to really test the product. So if we say that there's lemon, it needs to taste like lemon. And we want to make sure that the textures are great and that it's not too sweet. They're also looking at sustainability. Sustainability is very big now. That's why they want to see produce that is from the country, because we are looking at shipping and things like this.
Absolutely, yeah. And talking about sustainability, for instance, the Italian team said that every single part of the lemon was used, so without leaving anything behind or wasting it. So we're curious to taste if we can taste the zest and the juice and everything. Richard, do you want to add anything?
I'm just looking forward to having sinking my teeth into this one. It looks like a cloud on the top, and we've got different flavors with the lemon mixed with saffron and hazelnut. So hazelnuts from Italy. I like using Italian hazelnuts because they've got a specific flavor profile that's quite unique and full of flavor. So I'm really looking forward to this one.
Absolutely, they're known from Piedmont and the saffron from Abruzzo, so really Italian ingredients there. Have you worked with these ingredients, saffron, hazelnuts, well, I'm sure you did.
I always use Italian hazelnuts. They're the best for me. If I have the choice, I'll only go for that because other hazelnuts don't have the same flavor. It just doesn't work, and your final products don't have that beautiful flavor or that beautiful texture.
Do you agree?
Yes, absolutely. And I like the fact that they pick the lemon because lemon will wake up your taste buds. So you will really test the rest of the ingredients. And it's also helping balancing the hazelnut that can be a little bit fat sometimes.
So we're, by the way, commenting what the ingredients are in the Italian restaurant dessert, but we haven't tried it yet. So it's from what we read here on the recipe. So we'll be tasting very soon. You see the recipe on your screen. We're just receiving the dessert in the studio right now. We're going to show you it to you on the screen. You can read what's inside. Richard.
I'll go through what's in this dessert. We've got a lemon sponge, a lemon frozen meringue, lemon gelatin, saffron foam, hazelnut crumble, hazelnut gelato, and lemon osmosis. That looks like a cloud. And what we can see here is it's actually in a small cup holding that up. So they're going to be able to play with those textures and give a nice creaminess to the product, I hope.
Great. Thank you so much for talking us through the ingredients. And then I would say you're ready to dig in.
Yes, waiting for the next restaurant dessert.
I think in the studio they're now just getting their first tastes of that from laboratory number 2.
That's right, Angela. Richard Hawk and Stefan Cherami here in the studio tasting lab number 2's dessert.
Beautiful hazelnut sorbet in the center there, gelato, giving a nice creaminess to the ensemble.
I see you nodding, Stefan.
Yes, and you know that's actually a real plated dessert. very often when you see pastry chefs from hotels or pastry shops doing plated desserts, it almost look like a petit gâteau put on a plate or a mini showpiece, but this one is really created with a spirit of a pastry plated desserts that is the finale of dishes that were done, the savory dishes they were done by other chefs. So I really enjoyed that.
Thank you very much. And now we have 2 minutes to go for China's dessert to leave the lab. So let's take a look at their video.
甜品不仅是味觉的享受，更是文化的传递。
我们的灵感源自中国古代的敦煌壁画与《山海经》中的神秘世界。
希望寻找中国传统元素与现代甜品的完美融合。
我们走进中国的山川与大地，探访了当地的果园、山庄与茶园，
一起品味淳朴的本源，从大自然的馈赠中汲取灵感，发掘出独特的原材料。
我们希望通过这些甜品，向世界传递中国味道的独特与深邃，
让传统与现代交融，带领您走进一个充满诗意与美味的世界。
Just after this very nice video for Team China, the Chinese team is about to show us their skills. Look at this sculpture, sugar sculpture that you'll see later on. Yes, the restaurant desserts are almost ready with a little fan. Those fans are really nice.
That's lovely. So it's nice that they showed us this video where we got the inspiration behind it, because actually I know nothing about Danhuang art. So now they've had their frozen dessert of the day, which revolved around Danhuang art, and now
you
their
know
restaurant
everything
dessert.
about the Danhuang art. A minute after.
It's scratching the surface for sure to understand a little bit more about the deep cultural history of China.
It's beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, out of Pastry Lab number 3, please welcome the fan dessert of Chinese team. In a beautiful representation of Danhuang art.
You say that quite nicely.
Danhuang? Are you mocking my accent?
I am not at all. I actually don't know how to pronounce it. And so you said it quite nicely. I like the mix of the French accent with Danhuang art. Okay, we're getting a little bit of a lesson here about the art from China. And so now Vincent has gotten very good instructions from Glenn. And Vincent, would you like to say, how do you say this art from China?
Listen to that, because it's a Chinese lesson I just received. It's the art of Danhuang.
Fantastic. Now you know the beauty of the culture.
I received a special coaching.
Indeed.
I'm thrilled. Oh, I've got my pad.
Chinese pears and mandarins are the local or national ingredients that have been used here, and they try to pair West and East with a French merengue. And we got the dessert as well here in the studio, the Chinese restaurant dessert. Richard and Stefan just looking at it at the fan very critically.
Well, you can see on the top there you've got the cigarette paste, which is that's giving the fan, and then underneath that we've got a tuile. So we're going to have a decent crunch that's going to come through, and that seems to be encased. So when it's like that, we feel like we're going to give it a bit of a crack. So I'm going to grab my spoon and give it a bit of a hit. Ooh, that was a bit much. Because you can see here is that looks like a meringue shell, which is encasing the whole dessert. So we're going to have like very beautiful textures here, I think.
I can see the pear there and the mandarins inside. You have there the recipe on your screen. Yeah, pear compote mandarin with pear jelly, caramelized hazelnuts. They also use hazelnuts, orange streusel meringue. So.
And you would expect to find a mandarin sorbet, as mandarin is a citrus coming from China, of course. A lot of citruses are coming from China.
That's right.
At the origin.
So tell us, Richard.
I've got my mouth full. I've been told not to speak with my mouth full, so.
Stefan.
I like how delicate all the components are. Like the meringue is so thin and the garnish on top. And when you, from outside, it looks very simple, but when you break it, it's very complex inside. There's a lot of work on that plated dessert, and there's a lot of love. It's very nice.
So simple from the outside, but complex from the inside.
Well, we can see with the meringue edge, what they've done is I think they've baked the meringues flat, and then they've assembled them with another meringue and then dried that out again. So there's a decent amount of work involved here to get this happening.
Mm-hmm.
It's very fresh too. It's served at the right temperature. It's very nice.
Very nice. Yeah, and also the look, how it's presented, the fan that is very known for Asian cultures as well.
As well as the fact is that the plate has the same shape as the actual dessert as well. So everything comes together nicely. Stefan.
Yes, you're right. You can tell they really thought about this plated desserts to try to take it to the next level. And I love mandarin. I feel like mandarin is festive almost. It's comforting. Just the smell, you know, when you peel the skin, it feels good. And then you can really, when you taste the desserts, you feel that.
But it's complementing the pear. Well, we can still taste the pear, can't we?
Yes, that's true. That's incredible. You know, it's interesting because when you do a competition like this, you need to pick the right fruit. You know, you need to make sure the pear is the right pear, it's the right flavor, everything for today.
That's crazy because, I mean, you're traveling from afar. Probably you're sourcing these ingredients from here. Back in China, they probably worked with different ones, I guess.
They probably bring them with them because in Europe, we're kind of a bit lenient on that.
Yeah.
I come from Australia, and the customs will get you in 2 seconds. You're not allowed to bring in a pear from China. Whereas in Europe, when I come back from Australia, I can bring my mangoes and no one says anything. So I'm guessing that could be the case. But what you said, Stefan, is very important too, is that you're training over a certain period of time, making this dessert with pears. And I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 months ago, they might have been in season, and now it might be slightly different.
True. Mandarins are in season right now. I mean, at least in Europe.
True.
Well, actually, that's part of like a sustainability rule. You want to use produce that's in season.
Absolutely. They actually say they used local raw pears and mandarins as ingredients. Well, probably then they brought it, which not only reduces food mileage and waste, but also guarantees quality with a fresh flavor. Great. Well, what do you like about being a pastry chef, Stefan?
What I love about being a pastry chef is being able to cook for guests and family and friends that are going to enjoy something I made with my hands. You know, I think about food. Sometimes we are so busy we forget what food is about. Food is going to your grandma and have your grandma cook for you and you sit down, and food is about having a moment with friends and family and just comfort yourself, you know. And I just love that, being able to take care of our guests.
Do you want me to answer the same question? I think that as being a pastry chef, we've got two pleasures. Is that you've got a pleasure of making it for yourself, as in to make the product, but you've got the pleasure of giving it to somebody else that they can actually eat the product. So I think that we get two fulfillments in there. Is that we're happy with what we've made. We should be happy with what we've made. And then somebody else is like, oh, that's so good. So that's what I like about it is that we've got challenges of I don't know, because of what I do is that I create new stuff. So I'm constantly trying to give myself a challenge of making something new. And then when I get to what I'm looking for, I'm happy. I'm happy about that. And then I give it to somebody to taste, and they're like, oh, well, that's super tasty, etc. And that's also another, I don't know how you say it in English, but like it's pleasing.
It's very rewarding, absolutely.
Rewarding.
Yeah.
It's a passion, really.
It's a passion.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And now we have 2 minutes to go for Chile's restaurant dessert to go out. So in the meantime, let's take a look at what they have to present in their video. So that was Chile's video. We see that they're using lemon from the north of Chile, limón de pica it's called. And the whole lemon was used from the juice to the skin, to the leaves even, and the flowers in the dessert. So again, using all the ingredients, not throwing anything away. 30 seconds to go for Chile's dessert to leave the lab.
Few seconds on the clock. The audience here is starting to really wake up. The supporters for the team in Chile, where are you guys? Let me hear you make some noise.
Do you consider this whistling as a noise? Okay. Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, from Pastry Lab number 4, would you please welcome Team Chile Restaurant Dessert. Team Chile, Citrus Tarapacá. For our restaurant-style dessert, we focused on a particular lemon from the north of Chile, limón de pica. The first fruit vegetable produce to get a designation of origin in Chile. Back in 2010, it's a small, green, yellowish, very acidic and flavory lemon that you will find in this Tarapacá.
That's fascinating. So their citrus is actually certified for their nation. So this is something that's a great treat for the judges to actually get to try without visiting the country itself, to be able to have something that's so special and so unique.
Now we received the restaurant dessert by Chile in the studio as well. And I think we can taste it. So let's get a plate between Richard and Stefan.
Can I say a few words about this already? just the structure of the dessert, whilst Stefan's probably digging in, you can go for it, it's okay. What I can see is that we've got a tuile on the top, and what they've used is they've used the same mold. They've made a custom mold that's very thin, that they've spread the tuile. They've baked it and then they've removed it out of the mold, just out of the oven. But you can see that you've got a jelly or something down the bottom here, and the jelly is using the same mold. Now, in the center here, we've got a chocolate ring that's a very thin layer of white chocolate, which is holding together dessert like a cup.
Very nice. And you now just had a taste, Stefan, from the inside. What's your first impression? You didn't try the mold, though.
No, I have to try. But, you know, it's interesting because they use lemon and hazelnut. And we go back to what I said earlier. They are going for flavors that they know everybody's going to enjoy. But it's interesting for the judges because they're going to see who's going to be able to really showcase the hazelnuts and the lemon the best, because they can compare now. And then when you try these desserts, you can really feel a lot of lemons, isn't it?
It's quite fresher. There's less hazelnut in this one. The lemon is more prominent, but its acidity breaks through the sweetness, doesn't it?
Yes, it's almost like a palate cleanser, is how you say?
Of course, and if we're full of products that are fully sweet, we're going to be trying to drink a lot of water, and it's going to be very heavy and rich, isn't it?
Correct. And then it's interesting how they go for not only different, acidity and non-acid, but also textures and soft. And then how everything is so refined and elegant. It's very nice.
Yeah, and they used everything from the lemon, even the leaves and the flowers. So is it something that you can taste?
It's very acidic and intense in flavor, which is really nice. And what you can see is that chocolate ring. That looks like they've used some, maybe some zests or something. I don't know what that is. It's quite big.
Yes, I can. Yeah, it's probably zest inside.
Because we can see though is
it's probably the zest. It looks like the zest, no?
But for me, I don't know. As I'm eating that, I feel like that chocolate is giving more of a structure than feeling like I want to sink my teeth into that. I want to get into the middle of there, because that's where the freshness is. And there's a nice cold sorbet or ice cream in the center there, which is giving us a nice lemon freshness too.
So do you feel the many textures and the different temperatures?
Absolutely, yes.
We've got cold and we've got frozen. So that's two, huh? That's what we're looking for, isn't it?
Yes, it keeps us awake.
It needs to be surprising, huh? And also, I read that they had a fifth-year chemistry student helping them to make the lemon flower extract to intensify the aromas during their planting. So it's interesting how interdisciplinary you can also work as a pastry chef.
That's another thing that's really great about a pastry chef, is being able to build a relationship with the local producers and understand their passion, what they try to do, and them understand what we try to do, and work together as a team. I think it's one of the most rewarding thing about what we do. I remember, we can't do this anymore, but I remember when we get the milk and the eggs from the farmer directly, and I remember one time I did an event in New York, and I went to the market, and I did my menu based on I completely changed my menu because I noticed that the fruit that they have was really in the season, and that's the only thing they had to offer. And I think that's really great to be able to do that.
I think that also pushes us, if we're out of our comfort zone, other professions can help us with what we do within pastry. So,
with whom have you worked with, that's maybe unconventional?
Myself, I work with a lot more food engineers than anything else, but when you're doing a competition, you're looking at structural things, we're looking at design, because it's not only visual, but it's also technical. And with competitions now, we're getting a lot more things with 3D printers. Oh, we're missing something here. What's this? This is some sauce that should have gone on the top.
Yeah, in a Turkish coffee pot, so you're receiving some sauce, so that was missing.
Okay, let's give that a taste.
Yes.
Go ahead, let's give it a taste.
But what I meant by that is that we're able to do more custom molds and have a better quality product. We're using 3D printers to get us what we're looking for. Things can be cheaper, and when we're using our 3D printers, we can also use things such as starch, which is not necessarily plastic either. So talking about the sustainability of that is we're not necessarily using a lot of plastic either.
You have to try this.
It's good?
It's very good.
You ate it all though?
No. I left some for you.
You still have a lot of desserts to go, so I need to keep some space there.
We're gonna be diabetic by the end of the day. And there's also tomorrow to come after this. We're in trouble.
True. Now, we actually, on your screen, you see the Belgium restaurant dessert being prepared. It's going out in 2 minutes. So in the meantime, let's take a look at their video. That was a Belgium team, Belgium Heritage. On a mangé un dessert sur la lune. It's the name of their dessert. So we ate a dessert on the moon. And their cherry sorbet is one of their ingredients that they incorporated here. And the speculoos, also very known for Belgium. Belgium fans over there.
So the Belgian fans have came and they are dressed in their colors and ready to cheer on their team. There's about 30 seconds left on the clock before they need to present their restaurant dessert. So for all of you spectators in the audience, this is your time to make some noise for Team Belgium. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Out of lab number 5, we have the restaurant dessert of Team Belgium.
Please, pastry lab number 5. L'équipe de Belgique, team for Belgium, with their dessert. On a mangé un dessert sur la ligne, referring to Tintin cartoon. On mange un dessert sur la lune. We eat a dessert on the moon.
I believe if you eat dessert on the moon, the calories don't count. It's negative calorie effect. I like this idea.
You think so?
Yes.
Okay. Nice presentation, isn't it?
Yes, and so now the chef is actually presenting something in front of the restaurant jury here. He's going to grate Tintin directly over their plates.
So we are having here a very audacious dessert. Cherry beer tartare and vinegar.
Ooh, interesting.
Caraïbe mi-cuit. Caraïbe mi-cuit is a reference, a chocolate reference of Valrhona. Speculoos biscuit new style. I'll tell you more about it. Roasted yeast goes with vinegar, I guess. Cherry sorbet and sauce and gel. It's an old cherry cake and chantilly, a beer chantilly cream and beer foam. That's pretty risky, isn't it?
You know what? You gotta take big moves here. These chefs, these restaurateurs have seen everything, traveling the world all of the time. And so even just reading this menu, just seeing the ingredients that they used and how daring and bold that they have been, I'm really curious to see once you guys get these dishes in the studio what you're going to say once you taste it. Eagerly awaiting to hear that.
In the studio, and we're looking at it. On a mangé un dessert sur la lune. We ate dessert on the moon. You can actually take it, taste it.
We can take it now?
Yes, you
Okay, that
can
looks
take
nice.
it.
Is that the plate that has the sparkles, or is that the sauce? No, it's the plate.
It's a plate,
Oh, okay.
but it looks like the moon a bit.
It does. It looks very nice and texturizing. Because we can see here is that it's a similar process. We've got a crunch, looks like a tuile that's circling the whole dessert, which is encasing all of the textures. But Stefan, go. Enjoy.
You scared to make an explosion like earlier? Let me.
That was a bit extreme. You can
So
see
Belgium, of course, known for their comics. So Tintin, of course, who set his foot on the moon in 1953. So tribute to him. And now.
because of, I don't know.
Yes.
Would you say Tintin or would you say Tintin?
Well,
in English?
you know better probably. How do you say?
Well, we say Tintin in France, of
Tintin.
course, and in Belgium, I guess. But I'm not sure that it's not Tintin.
I
English.
actually don't know. But Tintin sounds good.
Even Tintin can.
Yeah.
Because of what they're working off here is the Kriek, which is the cherry beer. And we've got different flavors. We've got a very thin layer of chocolate. And we've got mixture of different elements. Cherry, chantilly of beer and beer foam. That beer foam on the side there was quite strong, wasn't it?
Yes, you know, they actually took a risk on the flavors here.
They did, yeah.
I think so, yes, because they use beer. They really, one of the rule is to use ingredients that are representing the country.
Exactly.
And they went all in. They went all in with this. They use beer, they use cherry, they use speculoos, but they also use yeast and vinegar, and so it's a risk. And but it's interesting. It's gonna make the jury think a little bit more.
Yeah.
But another rule is that they need to have 2 textures and 2 temperatures, and this one has a warm cake on the bottom. Have you noticed?
Well, that means they've got 3 then, don't they? Because we've got the sorbet on the top as well.
That's correct. Yes. So it's complicated to do 3 temperatures, especially when you have to do it on the fly like this.
But it's difficult to do the warm one, isn't it? Because the cold is easy as ice cream. We give it a scoop and we're good to go. But the warm needs to be ready to go and to be assembled afterwards.
Yes, and it's exactly. I'm sorry. The complexity of a plated desserts in a restaurant is because you have to plate up at the right moment, because if you've played up a little bit too early and the dessert does not get picked up on time, then everything dies.
So you said that they took a risk with their ingredients, but of course they wanted to go for their local ingredients. Now, do you think more because of the flavor, or I read that most of the alcohol has been evaporated, so there's no problem if you don't drink alcohol and have this dessert?
Yes, I think it's mostly because of the flavor profile. The speculoos, everybody loves speculoos. The beer foam and the yeast and the cherry beer, it's gonna take a lot of talent to make the judges love it. But you know, that's how you recognize an extremely talented chef. An extremely talented chef can make you eat something and make you enjoy it, even if in general you wouldn't like it, you know?
Exactly. So, did it convince you?
I like sour cherries, so I'm quite a fan. But the foam was quite strong. Is that you're saying that they said that the alcohol was evaporated. I thought there was a liqueur or something in the foam there because of it was almost like you're drinking a beer.
Yeah, and maybe it's concentrated.
Could be too, but we're really with the beer here, so this is quite interesting.
But the textures are nice, you see, like the compote and everything has the right body, it holds well.
And also that crunch around the edge with the tuile that, like I said before, that's holding everything together. And that chocolate disc is quite thin too.
So it creates a surprise.
Thank you very much. We like surprises, of course. So we have 2.5 minutes to go for Egypt. I hear Vincent, you have something to say?
Say something, Tanya. You know, you guys, I just tasted the Belgian dessert because I was really amazed by the use of yeast. When you taste it, you know, this yeast taste belongs to bakery profession. You know, the taste you got in brioche, for example, or such in bread, of course. And this yeast gives a very interesting, almost brioche taste to the cherries, which is not common. You know, the way it's used there gives back the taste to bakery world. And it was really a risky bet, but I think they did well.
Thank you,
super fascinating.
Vincent. And we now go to we have a look at Egypt's video before their dessert goes out.
So ladies and gentlemen, here you see right here in front of laboratory number 6, we have a few more minutes on the clock. So a few more seconds on the clock. They're putting their final preparations, and we are looking at Team Egypt. We have any supporters in the audience? I know it's a very long way. Let's have the whole room put your hands together to make some noise for lab number 6 for Team Egypt.
Dans le box, laboratoire numéro 6, l'Égypte, Egypt, with this magnificent Pharaoh date cake with baklava. A real Egyptian expression of this restaurant dessert is presented by...
Ah bah moi ça va, c'est toi. Parce que Johanna, ça y est, elle est cuite.
Okay, in this dessert you will find a sticky toffee pudding, which is the base, with a toffee sauce, mastica bouza ice cream. So mastica, you would find this in Mediterraneans, like in Greece and Egypt too, on both shores of the Mediterranean. Egyptian baklava. Baklava was the original form of the puff cake. You know, it's the Arabian puff cake,
yeah,
the baklava,
indeed.
and all this Middle East puff cake, and hazelnuts financier, which is a soft cake, a soft hazelnut cake.
It's super special to see a dessert like this, and especially that we know that Team Egypt told us a little bit about the secrets that we were going to give away later on in the afternoon, and that they had found a cake dating back to the Pharaoh's time, and they were going to try and recreate some of these recipes in their desserts today. So it's beautiful to see their commitment to it and the different ingredients that they've used, including the baklava and the mastiha.
Thank you so much for explaining the Egyptian recipe. We received it in the studio as well. It's now in front of us. And we're just getting a sip of water and then digging into this one. And we heard, of course, they're using the dates from different farms in Egypt because they say that every date has a different taste and texture. So from the south of the valley to the upper Egypt, they used several different dates. So,
do you know sticky date pudding?
I love sticky pudding.
It's a big thing in Australia. US is big too, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Okay.
I love sticky toffee pudding.
You love what?
Sticky. We call it in Australia, we call it sticky date pudding.
Ah, okay, I didn't know that.
But with good measured dates, I'm sure it'll be amazing. So I'm looking forward to this one.
But you're right, dates are very important, and there are so many different kind of dates, and some of them have a very strong cultural meaning. It's very interesting.
Absolutely. In this case, they actually say that during the month of Ramadan, Muhammad, the prophet, actually said to break the fast with dates and milk. And many Muslims do that, so it's really an ingredient that is important.
The other thing that I noticed too before I ate was the motif of the cake. That must be a custom mold. That's exactly the same motif that they had on their entremet, their ice cream cake, with the inserts. So they're using the theme coming through all of their products, which is also a nice thing.
And these molds nowadays you can do with 3D printing, is what I've heard.
Yes. You need to, it's a bit complex, but we can make some stuff that looks very nice, and it's quite relatively simple to do.
Stefan?
Yes, but you are right. Having an harmony, it's very important because at the end, it's going to be a whole display and it has to create a story. So it's very important that every single product they present match together. I like the sauce is not too runny, it's perfect texture. And the plate looks very clean. And those are really nice flavors that are really representing Egypt. You know, we have honey and dates and caramelized pâtisserie.
We've got a fresh ice cream on the side, so we've got the two textures. It's a butterscotch, it's a toffee sauce, which is, we call that a butterscotch, I suppose, which is kind of like a dark brown sugar with some cream. So it's similar to caramel, but not quite.
Yeah, and they actually said in the very beginning, I think it was either the coach or the jury member, that it's a very old recipe of Egypt that they try to recreate, or at least parts of it.
And remember, they have to make the ice cream here. So they have to work very fast because they need to allow time for the ice cream to set. And there's the same thing here. They have a warm cake, they have a cold ice cream. They have to be very careful when they send out the desserts that they don't do it too late and they lose points because they are late, or too early and everything is melted.
So again, different textures, temperatures, making sure that everything is balanced.
It's quite a stressful thing sending these desserts out for the tastings to make sure that we're good to go at the right time, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, because they do have to send many plated desserts, right?
I'm not quite sure. How many portions of plated desserts do they need to send? I'm not
That's
quite sure.
actually a good question. If I remember correctly, maybe I'm going to ask the jury in my ear, how many plates do they need to create? I don't know if it was 16, but I'm just throwing that in. I'm not sure.
There's a few mouths to serve down there.
It looked like a few. It looked like... Oh, actually, Pierre Hermé is just walking by. Pierre? Or he's already gone. Well, we'll find out and we'll let you know afterwards. Anything to add on the Egyptian?
Yes. You know, one thing that's complicated about this is that they have a very short amount of time to make everything. And so they already probably started a lot of different projects and they have to stop at the exact time to do these desserts and then go back to the rest of their production list. That's very challenging.
Japan's restaurant dessert to leave the lab, so the fans are making some noise in here for their land of the rising sun. And with that, let's take a look at the video of Team Japan. The Japanese video, and you actually also saw their national ingredients. They're using traditional asanoha hemp leaf.
Ladies and gentlemen, laboratory number 7 for Team Japan.
Mesdames et messieurs, dans le box numéro 7, lab number 7, Team Japan. Ce dessert, this dessert called Miyabi Elegance. This delicate dessert incorporates a traditional asanoa, the hemp leaf pattern, a symbol of the Japanese beauty. The star of the dish is a refreshing granita that brings out the aromatic notes of lemon marigold.
There's something that's so beautiful about this competition that maybe not everybody can feel the essence of if you're watching somewhere around the world, supporting your team, learning more about pastry, is genuinely this feeling of happiness and joy to have all of these people here to support you, doing an amazing job, cheering you on. The team looks incredibly joyous and their food looks beautiful. There's something about being in the groove and being in the moment, and that's what makes this World Pastry Cup so special.
The Japanese dessert is already being tasted by the jury. We have it here in the studio. We're still filming it, so we can actually show it to you. Everyone is very concentrated, tasting with all their senses. So yeah, when you actually taste, Stefan, tell me, it's not just with your tongue, it's with your nose, it's... What else do you...
You know, it's interesting because when you look at the plate, sometimes you could be like, "Ooh, I don't know if I wanna eat it." Sometimes it looks like, not fresh or not clean, or sometimes there's too much powder everywhere. And so this dessert that we are about to see
you don't want to eat
looks
this
very
one.
appealing.
You don't want to eat this one, do you?
No, I think I love it.
You sure?
Especially that the Japanese supporters just sing Bon Appetit, so we have to...
Okay, so you first look at it with the eye, and this one looks like you want to try it.
We've got a hard job.
Yes, very hard job.
They had to force us to do this.
You have the best job in the world.
It looks really, really refined, very light, and it floats. It's very beautiful.
But do you know what this leaf thing is here? This is an opadin. What we do is we cook a sugar, we cool it down, we crack it up, and we put it into a food processor and make a powder, and then you sift it onto a stencil, and then you bake it in the oven really quickly, and then after maybe 2 or 3 minutes, you can take it out of the oven and you can give it a slight shape to that. And what they've done is they've just sprinkled up, it's probably some citrus or something on the top of that, yeah?
Yes, but that looks very, very difficult to do.
Yes, but look at that elegance that it gives to the product, huh?
There's a lot of work on that plate of desserts. There's a lot of different components.
Am I allowed to smash this one?
Absolutely. Yes, please. But don't splash me this time.
Okay, well, we're wearing white jackets, so...
Let's smash it here in the studio. Smash the Japanese dessert.
Before I smashed it, though, what I noticed is that we've got a similar motif from what they served us on their ice cream cake as well. So a few teams here I can see we've got certain themes that are coming across the different tastings.
So they're trying to have like a red line going through, a thread throughout all the desserts, or at least the first two.
But what we haven't talked about here is that we've gotten to say that they have fake cakes that they've brought with them that they're going to be putting onto their showpieces. So this needs to be integrated into the showpiece. So that's probably why it's a good thing to try and have a certain harmony with your different products.
True. So at the end, you have one picture. Stefan.
I really like the temperature. It's very refreshing. It's really, really nice.
What have you got there? What flavors are we looking at here?
Interesting. It's lemon and pear.
Lemon and pear?
Right.
Yeah, we have lemon, cream, and pear sauce. That's right. Lemon, marigold, granita, and oil.
Yes. And
milk chocolate.
It's a hard one because pear is a very subtle flavor. And if you're working with lemon and pear, what can happen if you're not careful is that the lemon's going to take over and the pear is just going to just completely lost. But here we can still got the pear, don't we?
Do you know what's very dangerous when you prepare for a competition? Is having too many chefs involved, because at the beginning of the training, the team is going to decide, okay, let's do pear and let's do this concept. But then as they practice, there's going to be the chefs that are going to be like, oh no, you should not do pear, maybe you should do this, or oh no, it's too acidic, or no, this is not the right recipe. And you have teams that until the last day,
they don't reveal.
They're not sure if this is the right dessert because they change so many times.
Yeah.
So the key is really to decide, okay, what is the strategy, what is the direction, and then just stick to it and perfect it. Because you have to practice so many times to make sure you perfect all the techniques, not only to be able to deliver a great product, but also to be able to get it done on time. You have to be very efficient. And you have to work as a team, correct?
Oh, totally. Because what you're saying is, I totally agree, is what story do you want to tell? And you need to be confident on yourself to say, okay, I'm going to have lots of different opinions, but this is where I'm going with this one. And they've done quite a good job on this one. But can you see the shell on the edge here, how thin that is?
I was going to tell you about this. It's very interesting how they made it so thin, so it doesn't overpower on your palate, but it's also easy to break.
But it's almost transparent. They've used do you think they've used a paint roller or something?
I think so. But it's very difficult to make it that thin, because if you do it too thin, then the dessert will go through. It will sweat, or it will break as well.
Well, you've got to get it out. Like if you're going to roll it onto some plastic, normally rolling onto plastic to get that shine on the edge, But the problem is that what Stefan said is true, is if it's too thin, you can't even unmold it. As soon as the plastic comes off, the chocolate will crack.
But yes, there's a lot of technique. Even the twirl, to be able to make a twirl like this and move it on the plate without breaking it. When you are stressed and there's a lot of noise, you try not to shake.
I just saw those guys, they don't look too stressed.
No, they look very focused and very disciplined.
Thank you so much, Stefan and Richard. And with that, let's take a look at South Korea and their video before the dessert goes out. Here's South Korea. South Korea there, 30 seconds almost to go. They seem ready.
Noise from the audience. We have a few supporters for the South Korea team. They brought in their flags and one noisemaker, just the one though. So they've got 10 more seconds on the clock. They are in good shape playing with the audience. This is our all-female team, and look at this, a beautiful, feminine, plated dessert. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, coming out of lab number 8 for Team South Korea.
Le dessert coréen, Korean dessert. Restaurant dessert named Ripples. Let me tell you about the ingredients you will find in this cake. A Jivala pain de chêne, an intense vanilla cream, omicha confit and sorbet, caramel cream and opalis, cadaïf croustillant and cigarette. It's vanilla diplomat and farine, cotton candy, coconut meringue.
So I was just looking up this very specific berry that they were using in their dessert, which is called omija. It's sometimes called a 5-flavor berry. I've never seen one ever before in my life. So I think, again, the judges are in for a very interesting treat to try something they've never had before.
I'd like to learn more about omija.
So it's fascinating on the screens to be able to see the jury opening up the interior of the dessert, because what you can see on the screens and what you can see here in the room are always very different. But it looked like it was a pure cloud of something so light and fluffy, and then you can see that the rest of the dessert is there in the interior.
So here in the studio again, we are just taking the dessert, looking at it because it looks so, so special. I don't know, what are you looking out for, Richard?
I'm just looking at it, it's impressive because when you look at the top, you've got a point of view. And then we look on the bottom. I'm from Australia. We call it fairy floss, but you guys probably call it cotton candy.
Yes, but I like fairy floss better.
This sounds cool, doesn't it?
Yes.
That's what it is, though, isn't it? I think it is.
Yes, it is, yes.
And we've got the similar theme with what we've seen before, is that we've got a chocolate tube which everything is filled inside, and we've got a certain amount of elegance with a nice, that is very thin chocolate, isn't it? The
yes,
white.
It's white chocolate.
Wow.
I saw her do it earlier. It's she used acetate plastic.
Yeah.
And delicately put the chocolate on top and then remove it.
But she didn't pipe that. She just spread that.
Yeah, she sprayed it. And I like how it sparkles as well and how everything floats.
But did she use something like a cricut or something like that to...
Most likely a cricut. Cricut is big, huh? A lot of people use cricut. They also use laser engravers too.
Yes.
And it's a very Instagrammable dessert.
A very Instagrammable dessert, yeah, it is.
But you know, very often, Instagrammable desserts, I don't know why I have a hard time saying that word. They don't taste very good. They're mostly for the future.
You're not allowed to say that here.
So let's see if it tastes good.
Let's see if it really tastes as good as it looks. Nowadays, many do Instagrammable desserts, and sometimes they don't taste that good. So we're curious about this one. Of course, we already took a picture as well for our Instagram channels or a video.
The camera always eats first.
Always. So let's dig in. National heritage. Name of the dessert is Ripples. And they created this dessert while imagining their ancestors enjoying music on a boat on the Pound. So there's a story that they're telling as well. And visualizing the lotus leaves and flowers gently swaying in the ripples.
When I just cracked that on from the top, there was this really nice crunch sound that came through because we had chocolate. We've also got another opaline, which is that cooked sugar, which is nice and white. And from that, we've also got, what was that? It's a raspberry sorbet? Just looking at my notes here.
It is omija, coffee, and sorbet.
Yes, that's interesting. I never had omija before.
What is omija?
It's a traditional Korean ingredient, and it's unique for their 5 distinguished flavors: sweet, sour, spicy, bitter, and salty, called omi. In Japanese, you would say umami, I think.
Okay. I love how with this competition we get to travel on our chair.
We don't have to go far.
Different cultures. Yes.
True. And they're telling this story with imagining their ancestors enjoying music on a boat, on a Pound, when they created this dessert. So I wonder, where do you draw your inspiration from when you're creating dessert? You also like think about your ancestors, or what kind of story, fairy tales?
I think there's some things that we do neglect, which sometimes, for me, I'm coming from Australia. I've already said that about 5 times, but I have a certain experience from my childhood. And what I find is that if you try and tap into childhood memories from people, if somebody comes up to you and says, your dessert that what you just made me taste like something from my childhood, they're trying to tell you it's good.
Yeah.
And that's where that can be a source of inspiration to say, okay, what did I taste as a child? And if we can try and, it doesn't need to look the same, but if we can get some sort of a flavor profile or some sort of an experience, that's when we're winning, I think. What do you think, Stefan?
I agree with you. You know, I'm glad that I met you. You're such a great chef. You know, I think the most rewarding thing is create a craving.
Yeah.
You know, create a dessert that people are thinking about. They want another one. When am I going back to this place, and when am I going to get another one? I cannot wait.
True.
Very
True.
nice. Now, maybe just to round up this one, any comments, any further comments on the South Korean dessert?
It looks like a cloud, and it's so light. It also tastes light, and it tastes very fluffy. It's very, very nice.
There's a lot of textures here too.
Yes, yes. But it's not exaggerated. It's just enough. The nice touch.
So you were saying, let's see if it tastes as good as it looks. So is it only Instagrammable or also eatable?
So we don't want to influence the jury, but we really like that dessert.
It's tasty too. It's not just Instagrammable.
And, it has a little bit of acidity. It's very light. It's not too sweet.
Thank you so much. And with that, we go to the last restaurant dessert that is going out in 2 minutes by Morocco. But first, let's take a look at their video. Morocco. That's the Moroccan video. 1 minute to go for their dessert, Marrakesh Essence, to leave the lab number 11.
So this is the last restaurant dessert of the day to be coming out of the laboratories. Very, very interesting for us this year to have the restaurant jury joining us. We're really curious to see how the day has worn on, and we'll get to know all of the awards and everything tomorrow. So for those of you that are turning in, please remember to join us for World Pastry Cup Day 2, which will be tomorrow here at Syrah. We've got 20 seconds left on the clock before we see the restaurant dessert coming out of lab number 11. We have some supporters in the audience for Team Morocco. Let me hear you guys make some noise. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, coming out of lab number 11, the restaurant dessert for Team Morocco.
Le dessert de l'équipe du Maroc, Team Morocco, lab number 11. Team Morocco, I'm trying to find the ingredients in my file, sorry. Oh, there you are. Why is it so dark? Argan Crunch chocolate, orange segments, cigarette paste, mandarin mango confit, mandarin mango sorbet, meringue chocolate orange, cream, mandarin mango compote, mandarin mango confit, chocolate and orange cream. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you so much, Vincent. We also have a dessert here in the studio by lab number 11. We're still filming it, and then we'll dig in, but maybe just from looking at it, Richard, what's your take?
Well, just also looking at what Vincent has just said, we've got a fly on the plate. From what Vincent just said is that we've got a mixture of orange, mandarin, and we've also got a bit of argan as well, which is a local ingredient coming from Morocco, which is quite a fragrant, sort of a nutty sort of an oil, and I'm quite interested to taste that because I did spend some time, I used to live in Morocco for 2 years.
True, you lived there. How long? Did you say 2 years?
2 years. I used to live in Casablanca.
That's where you got inspired for the gluten-free, lactose-free, vegetarian desserts.
And in Morocco, they have very wide varieties of citrus fruits that are super tasty. So I'm interested to see how this one goes. You can see that in the central element here, they've got a similar theme here. Is I guess it looks like that we've got a meringue shell that's encasing the center. On the top, we've got a tuile, which is very thin, which is going to give us a nice crunch. So let's see how we go.
The tuile are really make you remember of Morocco, the design?
That's a traditional motif. Obviously, normally it's coming around completely in the circle, but oh no, I forgot. Can we see on the bottom here is it's completing on the bottom, so we've got 2 levels.
Oh, yeah, that's clever. And it looks very appealing, huh? It looks very fresh. You want to try it.
Those vanilla beans, they look tasty, and all of their fruit flavors, it looks really nice.
Great. Well, then dig in. Richard, who lived in Morocco for 2 years, got inspired there for all his lactose-free, gluten-free desserts. Now trying this one with the mandarin, citrus fruits.
We've got, in French, we call this a moule au chocolat, which is like a chocolate lava cake. Is that what you call it?
Yes, a lava cake, yes.
That's what's hiding in the meringue.
It's great because we would not expect it.
That's what's hiding in the meringue.
Yeah, what a great surprise.
So you didn't expect that?
It's a cake that we're baking it for a very short period of time, and what's happened is that the inside is raw and the outside is baked.
Yeah.
Because the outside is baked, that holds the structure up, and as soon as you dig your spoon or something inside, you'll see that it starts oozing out. So it's kind of like a self-saucing.
Can you turn it?
You see
to
that
the
there?
Camera? Yeah. Turn it around. Yes.
Yes, you can see that it's like a self-saucing chocolate cake, which is kind of cool.
And you can actually taste the orange.
You can taste the orange.
Yes, and orange is another fruit that's not easy to work with for cakes like this, mixed with chocolate and things.
Why? I mean, chocolate and orange goes quite well together.
It goes very well, but you really have to work with the peel and the oil of the skin to really get the flavor to come out.
Don't we call it a Jaffa cake? I think a Jaffa cake is a chocolate and orange.
Oh, really? I didn't. Is it from Australia? Or?
Oh, I don't know. Sometimes I get a bit confused because I've got my Australian heritage.
Also, you professionals can learn something new. What about the argan oil? Do you taste it? Because that's one of their ingredients.
Good question. I'm not quite sure where it is for the moment.
Let me see if I'll find out.
It's interesting because it's a discovery dessert.
Definitely.
You break in, you discover something, you try this, you try that, and every single thing you try is a different surprise.
It says argan crunch, but I haven't seen the crunch so far because of the lava cake is in the center, the meringue encasing. We've got a jelly on the top, which is a citrus jelly.
I think I found it.
You found it? It's like a hide and seek. You found it.
It's a surprise cake.
Did I win something?
No, just the glory of finding it.
So you found the argan oil.
It's a very interesting dessert. It's very entertaining.
Do you notice that it's quite strong, isn't it?
Yes, it is strong, but not too strong.
It's very strange to describe is that we've got this oil quite an intense flavor, and it's quite a long flavor profile. That is a reconstituted shortbread. That means that we've baked a shortbread or a crumble first. We've cooled it down, and then we've blended that up into a slight powder, not too much, otherwise it becomes pasty. Then after that, we fold that in. So that's probably when they've added the argan oil.
And the flavors in the palate are very sophisticated. I still test every component as I'm listening to you.
The argan, they make the oil out of it, but somebody tricked me one time, and I actually tasted the actual, what do you call it, like the nuts by themselves, and they're very, very bitter. It's a taste that you get stuck in your mouth for hours, so I wasn't too happy about that. So
I'm wondering how they do to make the oil not bitter.
It's just the way it's extracted, because a lot of the time it's done traditionally by hand. So it's quite interesting, but it's a very long, lengthy process to break the nuts open and to get the shells open to get the nuts.
Can you imagine the skill you need to have to be able to put bake the cake at the right temperature so it stays liquid inside, and put it in that meringue that is so thin?
Well, you can see that what's happened is that they put a sauce on the top, because I get the feeling is that the cake is actually melted a little bit, but because they put the sauce on the top, you haven't seen that.
Oh, they tricked us.
I think so, but they've done a good job with that.
Thank you so much. So that was the very last restaurant dessert. Maybe very quickly, overall, you feel like you tasted the local ingredients in all of the desserts? Oh, you're still looking at the Moroccan.
I was just looking to see what I'd missed, and I was thinking I missed the sorbet. But here, they've got 3 different temperatures. We've got frozen, fresh, and warm with the cake. So they've done a good job there.
You look so excited.
Well, thank you so much, Richard Hawk, Stéphane Cherami, for commenting this round today. We are actually going to take a break very soon. Thank you so much. What are you up to now?
You know, I'm here to observe because in 2 years we are bringing a new team for the United States. So I just want to make sure I understand the culture and the concept and see what everybody's doing, how they organize, what kind of equipment they have, and everything.
Great. So we'll talk about that, about the U.S. team later on, either today or tomorrow. Thank you so much to both of you. See you later. Richard, that was it for the restaurant-style dessert. The next tasting is going to be the chocolat, and there we have a few surprises for you. It will happen at 12:55, so 55 minutes from now on. In the meantime, why not get a cup of coffee? And we're going to get our caffeine fix by Lavazza. So in the studio, I'm going to be joined by Pietro Mazza, General Manager of Lavazza in France.
Well, thank you so much, Tanya. It was amazing to hear Richard and Stéphane speaking about all of those desserts, really getting into the heart of it and bringing some of that experience to all of you that are watching around the world. So, Vincent, what do you think? I agree with Tanya. It's time for a coffee.
We've been doing this for years. You know that. I don't think that's simple. You know, I'm not here for that. Just talk.
I'll do it for the both of us.
Yes, thank you to the juries, the members of the jury. Been working so hard. It's a hard work to eat desserts.
Yes, exactly. Thank you to our beautiful members of the restaurant jury. First time for them to be here with us for World Pastry Cup.
No, I know that everybody would like to be in their place, you know, today, all over the world, and tasting those wonderful desserts that we're having here on the scene. We'll be coming back in a few dozens of minutes.
Exactly, a few dozens of minutes. But in the meantime, we're going to take a bit of a break, but we're going to leave you in the very good hands with Tanya and Lavazza.
So here in the studio, I'm now joined by Pietro Mazza, General Manager of Lavazza here in France. So ciao, Pietro.
Ciao, Daria.
Very nice meeting you. So Lavazza has a line with some of the best coffees called 1895 Coffee Designers Collection.
Yeah.
Tell me, what was the idea to take this big step forward in specialty coffee?
Okay, 1895 is actually our way of entering the specialty coffee world. It's a brand which has been launched in 2020, so it's still brand new. We launched first in a few countries, especially the UK, Italy, and now it's live in France too. For us, this is a first and very important and challenging step into the specialty coffee. So it's the way of Lavazza of responding to a growing demand into the specialty coffee business. And it's our way of mixing and melting innovation and tradition, because starting from the name, because 1895 is the year of foundation of the Lavazza Group. So it's a big story that comes to life again into a new way of living this.
I see, I see. And how is this line different for your customers from other coffee?
Yeah, sure. Actually, the way we designed it, we conceived it, and we launched it is very different and specific to 1895. So, meaning that we even created a new factory. There is a specialty factory which is roasting micro lots, because we have coffee specialists going around the world, is selecting from different terroirs the best coffees in the world. So this is our way of selecting coffees for a growing demand, as I was saying before, but for people who are looking for a different experience and raised it to another level.
Okay, so I can imagine that it's quite a lot of work as well for you to find this coffee, to grow it, to roast it, whatever. So what kind of business stakes does this collection represent for Lavazza? I mean, going this way?
It's a very good question, this one, because actually when we launched it, the idea was to go in the direction of certain specific customers who are looking for experience to differentiate from existing coffees. So actually we have big customers, 5-star hotels, 3-star Michelin, so Michelin-starred restaurants who are looking for experiences, not just serve a coffee, but an experience around a coffee to be different, to innovate, to surprise their consumers, their customers, and this is what we are there for.
So you said it was launched in 2020, if I'm not mistaken, so recently, I mean, 4 or 5 years ago.
Exactly. Yeah.
What are your plans? I mean, what are the next steps now? I mean, interest is there, it seems like, so what's the next step?
Yeah, specialty coffee is growing, I would say, everywhere. So with a different speed, with a different way of growing, dependent on the countries. But what is interesting that also France is growing fast. So now I'm in Paris, I can tell you that comparing Paris to 10 years or 15 years back, it's very different. There is a growing interest on this kind of coffees and how these coffees can be different, because it's not just serving the perfect cup. It's not just the perfect cup of espresso, but it's also introducing the slow coffee preparation. So it's something which goes beyond serving a very high quality coffee. And when we target specific customers, so I take the example of Paris and all the palace that we have in Paris, this is something that is perfectly going hand in hand with their ways of developing a customized, a tailor-made experience, and coffee is part of that.
So what I'm hearing is also that you work a lot with hotels. How else do you feel that interest is growing? Is it also by having a lot of coffee shops around, or?
Okay, coffee shops is an interesting topic. So, of course, a coffee shop is a way of creating an experience and making it available for many people. But we have as well the...
It's getting loud in here, but don't worry, we hear you very well.
I thought that the Italians were louder. So what is interesting is that we have as well these nice customers who are able to develop with us a specific way of creating an experience. So from having a coffee trolley to serving coffees in a different way. So we tend to go beyond, again, the normal moments, the traditional moments for consuming a perfect cup, but having different and new moments during the day. So, and it's nice because we can associate to highly qualitative customers and chefs and pastry chefs, and that's perfect because pairing between coffee and specific dishes is a perfect way of really developing and putting to the utmost the coffee experience.
Great. Well, Pietro Mazza, thank you very much. I think I need to get my coffee right now.
Yeah. If you want, you can join us. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm going to do that. Grazie mille for also supporting this contest. Thank you so much.
Grazie.
And with that, let's go into a short break, a 40-minute break here in the studio. We'll be back at 12:35. We'll see you then. Have a good lunch.
l'envie du vrai.